How do you go? Oh, I'm live. Oh, bloody hell. Okay. I'm still trying to figure this out, guys. Okay. This is my first time, so forgive me. Okay. Guys, welcome to my first official stream on here. Okay. I thought, what better day to do a stream? My first stream would be to do my first stream on Tom Baker's, was it 87th birthday? So I'd like to welcome everybody that's here. And we'll bring our guests right in. Thank you guys. I appreciate it for you guys being here. Okay, so we have the one and only Problem.
Hello. Hello. It feels like it's been forever since I've been on the stream.
I know.
It's so weird.
I know.
Weird.
Yeah. When Problem was one of the first people that I asked this morning, I just got a random bug up my bum and was like, hey, maybe you should do this today. So, okay. And we have with us my movie buddy on Thursdays on Noel's channel, Retro.
Hi, everybody. Happy birthday, Mr. Tom Baker.
Yeah.
I know, right?
Yeah. What an awesome dude.
I know, Tom. Tom is awesome. He's like the best. So we're here today to pay tribute to one of the greatest doctors ever, Tom Baker.
Greatest.
Yeah, the greatest. Because he didn't think he was the doctor. He was the doctor and he knew it. So I would like to hear from Retro first and then Problem you second. What are your experiences about Tom and everything else?
Oh, well, he's my favorite doctor. I grew up with him. So I have got the earliest memories of Doctor Who. And believe it or not, I can actually remember Robot when it went out in 1974. So I remember watching that, and that was it. I was hooked. I mean, because not only did it have a giant robot in it, and of course, I love robots. I did as a kid. Who didn't? And that was it. And time travel. And Tom Baker, just wonderful at playing the Doctor. Brilliant. Even now to this day in Legopolis, and just still cracks me up.
Yeah, that broke my heart so much when I was just like, oh my God, this is the end. You keep seeing that person. I was like, no, I'm not prepared for this right now.
No.
Do not do this to me.
It still gets me today.
Even if you go back and watch that today, it's just it isn't how do I explain it? It still takes your breath away because he loved it. And even to this day, Tom, he goes, yeah, I'm still the doctor.
Yeah.
I am the doctor.
Yeah.
There's a reason why they brought him back as the curator, because if one of the doctors was the curator, Tom would be the curator.
It's going to be Tom.
Plain and simple right there.
Yeah. I mean, it's great as well to hear him in Big Finish again.
Yeah.
I was made up to hear him. It's just wonderful. It's just a joy. An absolute joy.
Lee, what are your experiences with him?
Well, I came into it a lot later than Retro here. I was 4 years old in 1979, and my earliest, I think one of my earliest TV memories, if not my earliest TV memory, was watching Tom Baker's Doctor facing off against Davros in Destiny of the Daleks.
What an episode.
I remember being absolutely terrified of Tom Baker more than I was of Davros. But it was because I think it was because of Romana that made me feel safe that the doctor was on my side, even though he was like these eye-popping, teeth and curls, and it was just all, quite intimidating. But you kind of still felt kind of safe with him, and that if he could terrify Davros, and he's not all bad. But then obviously I got hooked from then, and when Logopolis swung around, my goodness, I think it's testament to Tom Baker that even though I was very young when he was the Doctor, but he stayed with me throughout the period of the Fifth Doctor, the Sixth Doctor, the Seventh Doctor. At the time, that he was still my Doctor. He was still the one that I hoped everyone that followed him could be like, but never was really for me. And I remember I used to have a little tin TARDIS that I used to carry around with me with Tom sticking out the door. And it was my favorite thing in the world. I used to carry it around with me everywhere. And then I had one with Peter Davison as well. But I mean, it even though I was, again, I was very young, Tom Baker for me was the definitive Doctor. He absolutely imprinted on me from that age. And I think it was a PTSD seeing him go, because I kept expecting him to come back, like this was a temporary thing.
Well, I think everybody thought he was going to come back at some point, and then when we really figured out, no, he's gone.
I was so disappointed when he didn't come back in the Five Doctors.
Yes.
Thanks to the Problem Being for that alternate comic strip. Brilliant.
I'm glad you found it.
Yeah, that was brilliant. Spot on. That really enjoyed that. It was just how it should have been. Tom should have been there.
Yeah. He should have been there. I'm like Tom, and I got to give groundwork to every single one of the Doctor, but the other Doctor, as Gary says, lovingly known as Dr. Karen, except for that one.
She shall not be named.
Yeah, it's like, from Harry Potter when you shall not be named. Yeah, I think Tom is the one that every Doctor is like strive to be. They want to be their own, but you can see in every one of the Doctors, you can see a little twinge of Tom, but they went off and did their own. Even though
he's lightning in a bottle, you can't.
Yeah, he is.
You can't replicate that. I mean, that's a once in a generation, well, once in a couple of generations.
Yeah.
Type of thing. I think the only one who's obviously come close to that is David Tennant.
Yeah.
In terms of popularity.
Yeah.
But I mean, for me, he was the Doctor of a new generation of people. He wasn't my Doctor by any stretch, and I think a lot of New Who has struggled in that sense. For me, there hasn't really been a Doctor that has really leapt out. I mean, I think Peter Capaldi was the closest.
Yeah.
He was quite Pertwee-esque, a bit Hartnell-esque.
I gotta say that Capaldi got screwed too.
He
totally got screwed.
I'd like to see him as a showrunner.
Oh yeah, I would love for him.
Yeah.
You know what I would love, and this is what I in a perfect world, I would love Tom and Capaldi to be co-showrunner or help at least have Tom in the background. Putting out ideas.
He's far too old, bless him.
I know, but he still does the Big Finish video. So,
and he still sounds great, When I first heard him on Big Finish, I had to sort of adjust a bit because my expectations are him back in the day. But now I think on it more, his voice hasn't really aged. It's still booming.
No, it hasn't. It's just his outward appearance that's aged. If you guys saw the picture I took of him of when he was in prime, Doctor Who, and his picture of him now, and it's, he's got the white hair and everything, but the only thing that's aged is his outward appearance, not his inside.
No, he's
So
still got it. He's still got
yeah.
it, and he's still as sharp as a button.
Yeah, he is.
Which is fantastic, and that gives me hope that he's going to be around for a few years longer yet. So
yeah,
I don't even want to. I'm not going to jinx it by even thinking
we
it.
don't want to jinx everything. We want Tom around as
we
long
want
as
him
he can
around
be.
for.
We even want Tom around in his 60th anniversary if we do have a 60th anniversary episode, which I hope, and I hope they correct everything and they bring Tom in on this.
Yeah.
They need Capaldi, they need Tom, they need David, they need the big wigs up in there for the 60th anniversary. Anybody that's left, like I would say, bring everybody in because it's the 60th anniversary.
Well, I think it could very well be the last anniversary we're going to get for.
Well, we've been saying that because they've destroyed the legacy, even Tom's legacy. That crap that they pulled the light, they destroyed Tom. Tom is the longest running Doctor, and they literally spit on Tom's legacy with doing all that crap. It was just like, oh yeah, here's this, But you know what I'm saying? It's just
it
infuriating.
It infuriated,
Yeah.
I would like to what is your favorite episode? Because for people that don't know, back in the old days we actually had like 3, 4, 5 episodes. What was your favorite episode?
Well, Tom Baker's Hero, good lord. So difficult.
Out of all Tom's stuff.
There's so many. There are so many.
Yeah. Well, I think everybody already knows what mine is because I've said it several times. In retro, I'll be asking you the same question. So think about it.
Yeah, too right. Yeah.
I really do love. I love the Hinchcliffe era a lot. I love Brain and Morbius. I love.
Morbius is awesome.
But I love a lot with the room. I love City of Death. Obviously, one of the most, not the most popular story. And Pirate Planet, I think, is another great Douglas Adams. Script edited story.
There's not enough people that actually give that episode love.
I think that story deserves more love. I think it's really. It's got great characters in it. I love the situation. I love the idea, and I love Tom's performance in that. And it's like, what for? He's really into it. It's like, yes, Tom.
Yeah, that episode doesn't get enough love. Because I like that
the Key to Time series as well. I think that doesn't get as much love.
No, it doesn't. But Key to Time was bloody awesome. Yeah, it was. What did you say, Retro?
Yeah, that's one of my box sets. The Key to Time box set. Got that as well. Love it.
I love the Face of Evil as well. I love the Leela team up. I love all of his companions up until
up until his untimely
Yeah, and I quite like.
Even when who died and he came on to the TARDIS and then he died in the Nexo, they actually did make a big. You felt the impact of it still, even though nobody liked Edric that much.
It's like by the next episode, it's like, okay, moving on.
It's like, okay, let's kill Edric, and
Well, at least he's useful once,
He's like, hey, I'm just gonna stay on the ship and just boom, Anybody in the chat? Let me see what your guys' favorite in chat. What is your favorites? Yeah, Charlotte. I was gonna ask you this. Do you have Facebook? Because I don't
put the link in the chat. Anyone else that tries to come on, obviously you don't accept them. Just
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta get it. Just a second.
What's Retro Dickie's favorite?
Right. Well, I've got to start off like you said, the Brain of Morbius, because I remember that again. I was knee high to a grasshopper when I saw that, and that scared the actual bejesus out of me. I was just like, when I saw that, because the headless monster got up, and I was just like, and that gave me nightmares, and that's my favorite episode.
Well, I think the Hinchcliffe era is very clever, the way they took sort of very familiar horror tropes, the sort of modern Victorian horror stories and reworked it.
Doctor Who's Frankenstein. I mean, love that story. And then, of course, again, Daleks, you know what I'm going to say. Genesis of the Daleks. That's another favourite of mine. Absolutely fantastic story. And again, do I have the right? You know what I mean? And just it's just like that just sticks out in your mind all the time. And like Sarah's sitting there talking to him, but they're evil, and just brilliant, fantastic story.
Yeah, I think Genesis. I remember having the cassette tape of that when that was released, and I used to sit there and I used to re-edit the stories and the music and everything, make sort of comedy ones, where he's, Davros is talking and he's getting louder and he's like, and then I blow him up and stuff. It's just, it was great fun. It was like a time when I was at school and we had an amazing Doctor Who club at my school, and we had lots of. I've mentioned this story a few times, but we had lots of cast come visit our school, give us a talks, and we had writers. We had J&T Cohen, we had Nicholas Courtney, Louise Jameson, and Michael Wisher.
It kicked me. Yeah. It kicked me. Sorry.
You kicked yourself.
Yeah, it can't. I'm having to do this on my phone and tablet, so I'm having growing pains.
Do you want me to put the link into the chat for Charlotte there?
Yeah, I am. Just a second.
I've done it.
Yeah. Okay.
Here you go, Charlotte. Join us.
Oh,
come aboard.
Did you put the link in there?
Yeah. Send the chat.
Let me see.
Maybe Geek Tropology wants to join in, or anyone else? Don't know.
I was going to say City of Death as well. Is my third one as well.
I think Duggan should have been a companion. I love Duggan.
Okay, just a second, guys. I'm bringing Charlotte in. There she is.
Hey. Am I working?
You're working.
Okay, Charlotte, you gotta forgive me. It's my first time doing all this, so.
Oh no, Jed, it's no problem, mate. You're doing really well.
I'm going through growing pains, so.
We'll be gentle.
Yeah. Charlotte, what is your favorite? Well, let's start out with when was the first time you saw Doctor Who, and what is your favorite episode?
Oh, the first time I saw Who in general would have been Rose. I literally jumped on 2005 because I hadn't watched the classics. I saw the trailers and I asked my dad what Doctor Who was because I was like, do you know this show called Doctor Who? It looks fun with the trailer. And he just went, oh, it's sci-fi, and he knew I was into sci-fi. So he goes, you should give it a go, see what you think. And
good
then
advice. Good advice.
I fell in love basically from Chris. And then just now I'm getting into classic stuff. But I knew
what was your first Doctor Who? Well, I mean, your first Tom Baker that you got into or appreciated or whatever.
The first time I properly saw Tom was the 50th.
Wow.
Because I can remember watching it, and I remember thinking at the time, oh, it's a shame they haven't got any classic doctors like physically in this, because they've done the whole, they've shown all the clips, didn't they? That's how they mainly did it. And I remember thinking, oh, that's a shame. Like, even somebody like me who didn't grow up on classic, I was like, could you not have put at least one classic doctor? And then it got right to the end. And obviously the scene when Matt's looking at the picture and you just hear the voice.
Yeah, well, you can't get any more classic than Tom.
No,
what was your big sort of your classic episode, Tom Baker, that you went, oh, wow, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to slightly cheat because it'll be a Big Finish because I got some Big Finish with him in.
Well, see, that counts because Tom, that counts. It's, so go ahead, Charlotte.
Yeah, so it was called The Crooked Man, and it was like a horror one. So I was like, oh, because my sister was lovely because I said to her, can you get me some Big Finish? And I didn't give her any sort of titles. So she just got like a selection and they were all a surprise. I didn't know what I was getting.
Yeah, that's a crazy story, that one. That's a good one. I like that one.
And so she picked up Crooked Man. And I remember listening to it, and that was probably my first full-length Tom anything.
Yeah.
And I just remember the thing that I think stuck out to me was we'll never get another actor or doctor like this again.
No.
like he's such a unique individual. Even though I've said he's not my favourite classic Doctor, I can't deny Tom's an entity. He's just this being that will never
A force of
happen again.
nature.
Yeah.
Lightning in a bottle. Yeah, exactly. Pyramids of
And
Mars. There we go. That's another absolute
Brilliant.
favorite of mine as well. Yeah.
Hey, Chris, I want to say, Chris, can you hear me? Would you like to come on if you want to?
He's
I know
going
you're
on his
eating.
lunch. Mhm.
Yeah, he's eating your lunch.
Yeah, but I can remember also in the 50th, I think that's what got me as well a bit, because like I said, I hadn't watched him proper,
Yeah.
but I knew of Tom because I'd become a fan at that point. And just that, is it 5-minute scene he has with Matt?
Yeah. That one.
Yeah.
And I remember after seeing that, I was like, oh, I get it now. Like,
Oh, you
I
get it. You're
understand.
like, yeah, now I understand why everybody's like Tom.
And I'm, like I said, I was a bit miffed that I was like, oh, they could only do Tom, but I suppose that's the best they could do.
Well, it's
And it was
quite
going to
fitting
be
as the
anybody,
oldest.
it was going to be Tom.
Yeah, well, he's the
Yeah.
oldest, longest, the oldest
Yeah.
surviving
Yeah.
Doctor. Yeah.
And like I said, it's just the voice and the sort of little, like the eyes. I've always said I love how, like, every actor that's played this role, you look at the eyes, and that's what tells you about their Doctor.
Oh, look, Capoli's eyes were just.
It's where you find the conviction. That's what sells you. I mean, if you go back to the classic era, yes, there has some shaky sets or some monster wrapped in bubble wrap, and they have to sell you this reality. And Tom Baker did it in spades. He was he was the Doctor. He was on set.
Yeah.
He was the embodiment of that role, and he sold it to you. Even in sort of green screen kind of like Underworld, for example, where he's running around in basically a green screen non-set. There's nothing really there to interact with as such, other than the other actors.
Well, I think the
And he
hilarious
sells it.
thing, because I watched the third Doctor, and I remember when it was the space spiders and he got killed because he took the lethal dose.
Metabolus 3.
Eight legs.
Yeah.
Metabolus 3.
And I remember the first time watching him turn into Tom, and then Tom's like, I was like, okay, they're gonna go into the thing of picking out the outfit, and Tom goes, how about this? And he comes out as a clown. And I was just like, oh my god, this is gonna be hilarious.
I think I think John Pertwee's Regenerate. I think the first episode of Robot, for me, is the best post regeneration episode I've ever seen. I think Matt Smith is.
Just a
I was
second.
going to say, Lee, you have to mention my Matt.
I think his
Clobbern?
post regeneration scene was
Mike, do you want to come on the stream?
Clobby, get in it.
Mike, come on, get your butt over here and get on the stream.
Dude.
I'll send you a link in your Facebook, okay?
Avon lives, buddy.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that with Tom as well, he was so good at the most ridiculous lines or the most ridiculous scenery, and he made it normal.
And he ad-libbed as well, which I love that. I think above all the other actors to play the character, he's had more fun with it. I think he's taken it in a completely new direction. He fought really hard a lot of the times with the directors to get his way, and thank God he did. Look, this man knows the Doctor. He knows the role. We lost him again. But he absolutely not only embodied it, he felt confident enough that he could do pretty much anything he wanted with it, and he would just slip these things in. And my God, they're so memorable. You can see what he's doing,
The stories just drew you in each week after week, because you used to get them at the weekend, and then you'd have to wait for the next installment. And you were you were really excited to wait to see the next episode, and you were like, oh, I can't wait, because you'd end on the cliffhanger, and you'd just be like, geared up. Yeah.
Didn't it come on after Metal Mickey? Because I remember Metal.
Yeah.
That was on ITV, though, I think. That was on Saturdays.
Mickey Dolenz, Metal Mickey.
Yeah.
I remember that, yeah. That's another classic.
Yeah.
How's Tom not been knighted yet?
I know. He should be Sir Tom Baker.
He said that he didn't want one. And I think he's the type to refuse it. I think he may have actually been offered it, but I think he's either refused it or said he would refuse it.
Yeah.
So there you are.
That would make sense, because if the amount of people that have them now, and Tom hasn't, but if he's refused it, that makes sense.
My favorite episodes, and I've said this before, and I said this to Noel, that we were going to do a watch along at some point, but at some point we'll get around to it. And our thoughts and prayers are out to Noel right now. We all love him. We all miss him. We know he's going to be back. I just want to say that right now. So I
think it's absolutely disgusting when you've got a publication, one that has a history of being pro-censorship in the past. Over Gamergate, they were pro-Gamergate, acting as journalists who actively seek censorship from people disseminating their ridiculous attention-grabbing headline, which was an article that was so poorly written and so poorly thought out and ill-conceived. That listen, it was covered. It was an article covered by Clownfish TV, who did a video on it and disseminated it and critiqued it and ridiculed it, and nothing happened to them. He released a video which didn't claim to be his article. It had the name of the author on it. It had the name of the publication on it. The only thing it didn't have was a link. And he was quite willing to put the link in, but they came out first saying on Twitter that they were trying to incite a hate mob. Right, Noel was trying to incite hate mob because he did what he always does. He's posting a video and he copies people's Twitter handles in so that people are aware that he's dropping a new video. So they took this as a sign that he was inciting a hate mob. So eventually he decided to take down the video because they said that if he was disseminating it with a critique, fine, rather than just shoving music on it.
Just a second, Lee. I'm going to bring problem in, okay?
Sure. Hey, Avon Lives,
my friend.
Hey, Mike, what's up?
All right. Well, thanks for having me here. Sorry I'm late, man. I was out on the road.
Well, I'm going to return the favor and be on yours tomorrow night, so,
I appreciate it.
Hi, Colin. It's nice to be on the stream with you, mate.
Oh, Charlotte, it's finally nice to meet you. I've seen you on many of Noel's streams. It's lovely to meet you. You are awesome and amazing.
Thank you. I get around a bit, so.
What a rephrase that.
Retro Dickie is finally to meet you. Good to meet you. I love that scarf. Jealous of it. Used to have one back in the 80s.
Retro is my movie brother in arms over there because we do the movies with Noel every Thursday when Noel can do it.
Nice.
So I just want to wrap up what I was saying about.
Okay, go back to what you were saying
about that. So they said, it would be fine if he did a video disseminating it with a critique, verbal critique. So he did that. He did a live stream. He put the link to the article in there. He never tried. They accused him of plagiarism, which is absolute nonsense. Because to be plagiaristic, you have to obscure who the author is and claim it as your own. He wasn't doing that. That's a complete lie. So he did the live stream. The live stream was infested with trolls, incited by the very people who claimed that Noel was inciting a hate group. A hate group came in to the stream. We had loads, the mods were sweating their asses off trying to clear it out. I got homophobic abuse levied at me by one of them, and they stayed absolutely silent on that, which I found interesting. They blocked me, and then they blocked Noel. Noel even invited the journalists to come on and talk about it. Didn't happen. No response. And all they did was copyright strike him for that. They didn't copyright strike Clownfish TV for reporting on the article, interestingly. So it was purely out of sheer vindictiveness that they did this.
Yeah, it was.
And they're denying him a living. Yeah. They're denying Noel a living. The only thing that they seemed more to care about was their clicks. That they were denied clicks because he didn't put a link in. So that's what they care about, money. So they make these kind of attention-grabbing headlines, with a stupid article which was ripe for ridicule. They took issue with this. They took umbrage, clearly. And so they acted out of complete hubris. And I think it's absolutely an indictment of journalistic standards that they claim to be journalists, yet seek to oppress and subjugate people for disseminating that work. I think it's outrageous. And quite honestly, they need to be absolutely acknowledged for being these arseholes, frankly, and boycotted. No one should ever acknowledge that publication ever again, because it's acted in a completely unethical way for journalistic standards. I'm sorry, that's incredibly unprofessional. Take me to court. Here we go. I'll say that. Anyone else want to say this?
Yeah, I know.
No, we all wish Noel well.
Yeah,
Yes,
we
Absolutely.
like you said, yeah.
Absolutely, Noel.
Welcome to everybody that just came into the chat. I see Time Prophet came in.
All right.
Geekology's here.
Greetings.
Yeah,
It's your
our
first
brother
stream,
in
right?
time right there. Yeah, this is my first stream.
Look at the crowd you got there, man. You think you're popular, I think.
Oh, I'm not that popular.
Yes, you are. You got
We might have one more person, so surprise. Yeah, one more
I don't know how
person.
many
I can only
persons
hold
here. Not
6, so he'll
persons.
be the 6th one. Yeah.
Not persons. Probably. It's been a while, man. How you been?
I'm not so bad. You know, moving through reality as it goes along.
Well,
How are you, sir?
Well, on a day like this, I need all the fun distraction I can get, if you know where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
No, I am.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
a horrible
Large
thing.
gin.
Large.
Yeah.
Large gin.
Gin.
I might take up drinking. I just might.
I can't afford it. Otherwise, I'd be soused 90% of the time.
Yeah.
But I love Tom Baker. I owe it all to
Oh,
him.
yeah.
He was I know he's 4, but he was first for a lot of people over here. You know, most people, when your average viewer, your normie types that just know of Doctor Who, but they're like super fans. If you mention Doctor Who before all the new stuff, anyway, especially, they go, "Oh yeah, the guy with the scarf and the curly hair, right?" Yeah. And then, so I used to watch that with my dad, or I used to watch that with my family over here. But a lot of people don't realize how huge this show was in the U.S. in the 80s.
Mm. Well, in the UK, I mean, people often refer to you know, the Tennant and Smith era is the most successful it's ever been, and that's not true. You know, I think if you look at Tom Baker's height, which was, you know, considered the golden age, people forget people were tuning in like 18 million. You know, it was massive back then, and huge in America. You know, this is the thing. Even then, it was huge in America.
It was gigantic. I went to a lot of the cons.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. They even out here where I was in like late 70s, early 80s, Doctor Who cons were huge out here in Arizona.
The North American Doctor Who Appreciation Society.
Yeah.
My good buddy Charles McAfee just popped in the chat, has met Tom Baker. You lucky bastard.
I met him as well, but he called me a streak of piss. He was absolutely soused when he came in to my
There's
room.
no one I would rather be called a streak of piss by the way.
Well, I forgave him.
He could probably call you anything, mate, and you would like bow down. And...
Oh yes.
Well, I was like, it was my first proper full-time job, so I was like, what, 19 or 20 or something like that. I was working in the West End as an usher. It was the height of the IRA thing, and I was put on the post by the door, the entrance of the theatre, and I was on my own, and I was told I couldn't leave because, you know, the doors were open and there was no one else there, so I was the only sort of form of security on the door. And he was the first to come in with his wife. He was red-faced, absolutely pissed, and he wanted to know where the bar was. The bar was closed.
Yeah.
So I'm looking around, not knowing what to do, is like wet behind the ears completely. And I said, well, the bar's not open yet. He said, what do you mean the bar's not open? Get the manager. So I had to leave. Well, I thought, well, he's there, so I can, you know. So I went up and got the manager. She came down. He said, this streak of piss told me the bar's not open. I'm here to see Lily Savage. And She ushered him to the bar. And it was just like, I was absolutely crushed and gutted. It's like my
I bet you were thinking, and I wanted an autograph so badly.
I know, right?
The second time I saw him was at the Robots of Death at the BFI in London, and he was. They did the showing of the Robots of Death for the 50th anniversary thing. I managed to get tickets for, and there was a Q&A at the end. I did get my last question. I was the last person to ask him a question. I'm so annoyed because YouTube put the whole thing up apart from the questions at the end, which is sad. But I can't even remember what I asked. But I do remember going, should I actually ask him if I'm still a street piss? But I thought, no, probably best not. He's old now.
You probably get escorted out the building, mate, if you did that.
Yeah, exactly.
That's fantastic. Do any of you remember Starlog magazine? Well, no,
I still have a bunch of issues.
I still have all of mine.
Well, I still have a bunch of mine.
In the late 70s and 80s, they were also producing some books based on. They had one called Sci-Fi Superheroes, and I bought it. And there's a little bit of write-up, and there's this funny-looking dude posed with a bunch of weird-looking things that we now call Daleks. It was one of those production stills of Tom Baker and Liz Sladen out there with the Daleks and something that never happened in an episode. I'm sure you've seen that one a bunch of times.
Mm-hmm.
And reading about the show, I'm like, oh, I want to see this. But we didn't get it for a while. And all of a sudden, it started running on our PBS affiliates here, and was able to catch a snowy broadcast of Genesis of the Daleks one night before we got it actually here from way out in Mississippi. And then like a few months later, we got the show. This was in the early 80s, like 81-ish or 2. And right there, that was it. Everybody I know fell in love with it. All the geeks at the comic shop I was running at the time fell in love with it.
Mm-hmm.
And it just became the shop I was running. We started carrying all the merchandise and everything, even underwriting the show. It's just 81, 82, 83 or 4. It really started to just take off. And everyone loved him. And of course, as we all know, he was pretty much gone by then, but we were catching, we weren't getting the new ones.
Yeah, the only way I got to see any more of those, because I saw when I was little here, and this is when I was really little, just because the only way you could see Tom was on our Channel 8 out here in Arizona, PBS. That was the only way but it would be like a week or 2 weeks before you would get the new ones, but you would still get the new ones. Somehow PBS had a way to get the brand new episodes, and they were all Tom's episodes. So I was and they played all the old stuff, and then each week you had to wait. I actually got to watch the Tom Baker episodes in sequence when they came out.
They started with Robot here. The thing is, what happened though is, in New Orleans, I was in Baton Rouge, but in New Orleans, they were getting them movieized. In Baton Rouge, we were getting them serialized per day on the PBS affiliate, and so we were able to record them. And it was all the rage. I had my mother make me a scarf like our good friend Retro Dicky has there.
Yeah.
Actually, had a lady make it for me. It was about a 10-footer.
Was she a witty little knitter?
She was. I want that scarf back. I love that. So that was about a 10-footer. What about yours there, Dicky?
Lord.
10 hours later.
10 hours later.
Yes. Oh, that's so great. And we got jelly babies. And the only way we knew anything about previous Doctors was the Target books.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mean the supermarket store. I'm talking about Target publisher that that printed those books. We were getting them imported over here, and you talk about that was a big deal if you were a Doctor Who fan, getting to read other Doctors, previous Doctors.
I was going to say, what was it like then in the American? Because obviously we've always had from William onwards. What was it like the first time you watched pre-Tom then?
Well, you had to go to. I remember this. This is back when I was a kid. You had to either go to a specialty store or like a big chain grocery store or something to even find out anything Doctor Who out here in Arizona, or a comic book store. So
a comic shop. We carried all the Target novels and a bunch of the merch. But as far as episodes, though, Charlotte, we didn't get episodes before Tom Baker was syndicated over here on the PBS channels, there were some John Pertwee episodes that were shown, but not that often. So we would go to cons, and people would have, you know, some of our good friends across the pond use a PAL converter, because you guys used the VHS had the PAL system, and they would make some copies of episodes. These really terrible copies, but we did a con.
That's what we had at my school, you know, because it was before the release of the VHS stories. So I mean, it was lit. I mean, we had some episodes of the Pertwee were still in black and white at that point. So we had those, and it was literally copies of copies. They were doing the rounds amongst the you know, because my history teacher who ran our Doctor Who club was a member of a group called Phoenix, which was like a sort of breakaway group of DRAS. Yeah. So he had access to all of these stories, and it was absolutely amazing to be able to see all these doctors that we'd never really seen before, and to see, you know, Tom back on a screen again, because we didn't have repeats. You know, there weren't really repeats to speak of.
Well,
so yeah.
I just spent most of my wages in the late 80s just going to HMV. I'm just going load of videos off the shelf, and I'm like that. But how much is that? Yeah, big fat wallet. Yeah, and I have a load of VHS tapes, and I just sit there and just watch them at home. You know, driving.
That's what we did at the cons. There used to be a place called the Creation Con. They're not around no more. Creation Con's out here in Arizona. And people would tape the Doctor Who episodes, and then when they're at the Creation Con, they would slip the VHS in, and everybody in the whole room would crowd up and watch. It was like 500 to 1,000 people in the room trying to watch it on a big screen TV. Yeah,
that was back when there was VHS was available, but it was very expensive, and not everything was out. So when you went to a con, you actually looked at the video room schedule and say, "Oh, they're showing this great old movie or this."
Yeah,
old
you
show.
you got to see so many things that people recorded and they brought over from overseas and everything that you haven't seen here. So,
or just even old science fiction movies that you couldn't get, or whatever it was.
They had Blake 7. Space 1999, Doctor Who, Star Trek, you name it, you know.
But to tell you how Tom Baker, how big he was here, when it started to become knowledge that he had left the role or was leaving the role, he was just getting popularity here. And I can't tell you how many fans are like, "I'm not watching anybody else. I'm not watching anybody else." I mean, especially the women, believe it or not. There were a lot of ladies. They were like, "I'm not," and I said, "What? Not even Tristan?" You know, not even Tristan from all, because they all liked Tristan, you know, on Tristan Farnham on all things great and small was really big here. So Peter Davison was popular, but no, he's not Doctor. He's not the Doctor. We didn't get it like you guys did, because you had 20-something years of the change, even though you loved Baker.
Yeah.
We couldn't even conceive of most people. I love the change. I love all the docs. Well, until recently, but I can't tell how many people I know said, "Yeah, I will never watch anything but Tom Baker." Over here, I know that's not in other countries, but over here you got a lot of that.
Well, yeah, Mike. There's that thing whenever, and I've seen this with every doctor, everybody. I've even said that because there are some guy, and I'm like, I'm not gonna watch him.
There's a really good American convention. With Tom Baker and being in front of this huge adoring crowd, it's fascinating to watch. He's peak funny Tom Baker, and he's someone hands him a rose or something, and he sort of puts it between his teeth.
Oh yeah, I think that's on YouTube too.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. Yeah, it's really good. It's about I can't remember how long it is, but it's a full length. Question and answer session there. It's great.
A lot of people don't. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
As I say, I've always thought that maybe some of the eccentricities come from the fact that he's from a working class background.
Yes.
Like he wasn't a born actor. He had a normal job. Wasn't he like a bricklayer or something?
Yeah, it was a bricklayer that up until the day he got the job. He went, even when he was off the job, because he said he had to go off for an interview and then he came back, but he went back to work the next day. and they'd obviously all read that morning's papers because that's what they would do back then. So they knew he bought everyone a drink and everything. So that was really, really down to earth.
Yeah, it's like lived in experience, isn't it? With an actor's had a normal job, I think
yes,
they're acting.
So much better than the prima donnas, like the ones that become extraordinarily rich celebrities.
Yeah, because
they live in the real world.
Even though Tom was sort of a classical actor, he didn't like, how would you say, he wasn't really well known until he became in Doctor Who, and then
it was because he did because he did Sinbad,
Sinbad.
That was the film that the producers had seen. I think it was
Rasputin or something he was in as well, wasn't
Rasputin. But it was, I think it was the
was.
Sinbad story where he played, I can't remember the name of the character, but it was that sort of mysteriousness about him which piqued their interest. And
it was the baddie.
But it was that kind of synchronicity or serendipity, whatever you want to call it, that he sent them in a letter in, and they were like, "Oh, this Tom Baker guy sent us a letter," and in that Sinbad film, the cinema. So I went and saw it and thought, "Yeah, that's the Doctor. That's him."
Both he and
I need to see that movie. I haven't seen him in that role. Everybody says that's what got him, so I really want to see him.
Yeah, you should see that. I love the
and
Ray Harryhausen
Rasputin as well. Yeah.
And it's the Ray Harryhausen Sinbad movie, so you can't go wrong there.
Yeah.
Both he and Patrick Troughton were both in Sinbad films. Speaking, you mentioned American conventions. It's a little bit on to the side, but did you all know that Patrick Troughton actually passed away at an American convention?
In the hotel.
In the hotel room. Yeah.
I was supposed to go to it and didn't get to, but two friends of mine did. And that Friday afternoon, they saw him walking around, and people were always swarming around him. They go, "Oh, we'll wait and get him at the autograph table tomorrow."
Mm-hmm.
And then,
well, Mike, that's the same thing with James Doohan. He came out here to the Phoenix Con, and it was his last. He was drunker because we all know he drunk. Everybody knew this. He drunk. He was drunker than a skunk. Okay, he came out here, and my parents, not my parents, one of my parents, and a few of my friends were doing security, and we were trying to sober him up out there. He was plastered. Okay, and so we're like, everybody get him some coffee stack. He's got to go up there and sign autographs, or he's gonna blow up on the person like he did the last time. Because somebody goes, "You're drunk, aren't you?" And he goes, "So what of it?"
There was a British comedian, stroke magician called Tommy Cooper, who was massive in this country, and he was on a TV show. I think it was like some variety show, and he actually had a heart attack on stage and died on stage. People were laughing because they thought it was part of the act.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, find it on YouTube. I'm sure that's on YouTube.
It is.
But what I was going to say about Jimmy, he died that weekend.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that I was at. So that was the last time because I knew the original Star Trek cast because my parents, they did bodyguard. They were security at all the creation cons.
Really?
So I got to know the original Star Trek cast.
My goodness.
But that weekend, and I was like a teenager by then. By then, we didn't know that was the last time we were going to see Jimmy. So he just passed away. He passed away that night.
Well, Tom's going to live forever, man.
I hope so. Yeah.
100%. And he's writing. I think he's doing a new edition of Who on Earth is Tom Baker, isn't he? He's doing or a follow-up or something. So he's actually, I assume it's going to be like a new edition where it's going to sort of be expanded upon to be more up to date. So that would be interesting to see. So that's coming out. I don't know when, but that was recent information, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Nice. I love it.
Like I said with the voice, it's like because he's the voice for the trailer, isn't he, for BritBox for Who?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw that.
And it's like, oh, it's Tom. It's just gonna. It's like public consciousness, isn't it? He's just never gonna. I don't think any Doctor, and I'm saying this is I adore that and some others, but I think no other Doctor's gonna reach that like public consciousness level.
Well, he's got the most distinctive voice, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
on Earth. Everyone knows who that is.
He could read the phone book out, and it would sound interesting.
Yeah.
Well, it's like James Earl Jones too.
His voice used to be. You can get his voice as a GPS thing, can't you? Now,
that I would love.
That.
Well, it's like James Earl Jones. He's read a ton of stuff. He's read the Bible. That's like Tom and James Earl Jones are like two distinctive pop culture voices.
I don't think you'd get Tom Baker doing a
no. But
I mean, he used to be a monk, didn't he?
Yeah, he did used to be a monk. That was a good segue into that one time. So
yeah, the Time Prophet mentioned that on the stream.
Yeah.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Not a meddling one though.
Well, as far as we know, and of course he played a priest in the Life and Loves of the She-Devil, which was the first thing he did on TV after he left Doctor Who, where he played a naughty priest and had all his hair cut off.
Yes, and Sherlock Holmes, and he was on an episode of Remington Steele, but that was like one episode.
Yeah, not too many people remember Remington Steele.
And he also did a children's TV show on ITV, which I can't remember what it was called, but he was like a lighthouse keeper, and he read stories. It's kind of a bit like Jack and Ori on BBC, but it wasn't. Someone in the chat will remember what it was called, but he still had his curly locks for that.
You might want to ask Time on that one, because he would know.
Yeah,
Time, do you know the answer to Lee's question right there?
It will come to me, I know, gosh, so long ago.
Yeah, you remember after the stream, mate, it's how all our minds always work. You never
know.
That man have the worst memory on the planet.
Except for mine.
Oh, he does.
Was it? I think it was Time Prophet a little earlier. It mentioned something about I don't care what anyone says. I liked Colin Baker. I did too. There are two of us there. I liked.
Colin Baker was good. I liked Colin Baker.
Oh, I can't stand Colin Baker.
Oh, there you see. He's always somebody doesn't
he's
like.
He's much better on Big Finish.
I was just going to say Big Finish.
Really, Charlotte?
The character grows.
You don't like that outfit?
No, it's the outfit's the least of my problems with him.
No, I got you.
My favorite episode of Colin Baker's was the one where they're in that sea place and what was it?
When they were where?
It was about those people, the people that died underneath the water and the soldiers. Oh, I can't remember the name of it now. See, I knew it earlier and I can't remember.
Underwater?
And the Ace was his companion.
No, that would be Sylvester McCoy. It would be Ace.
Yeah.
So yeah, Colin Baker wasn't with her.
Oh, I mix up things sometimes because I've seen so much over the years.
The Book Tower. That was the name of this TV show. Sorry.
Yeah, he was in Blackadder.
Yes, he was.
No, the Book Tower is the name of the show where he read stories. That's what it was.
I love that Blackadder episode he was on.
Oh yeah, he's great. He's great. Was it
Potato?
Captain? What was his name? Captain?
He was the captain.
Redbeard or something.
Redbeard. Yeah.
You have a woman.
Hey, I don't remember if I remember this or wasn't he in an episode of The Young Ones too?
Was he?
I could have sworn he was in an episode of The Young Ones.
Sounds like something you do. I don't know if he was.
Yeah, because I remember from when I was a kid. I remember when that came out, and I was like, "That's Tom Baker, isn't it?" And my friend didn't know. Yeah, I thought he was in the episode. Yeah,
I did not know that. Did you know that, Ed? Doc, did you? I'm sorry. I go to Johnny Carson. I go to Carson sometimes by accident. I'm sorry. No, that is a long story. I didn't know that, did I? Accident. You mean my British friends know who Johnny Carson is? Wow, cool.
Yeah, Johnny Carson's awesome, man.
It makes me feel better. I don't, clobbering. So there you go.
Oh well, there you go. Yeah, well, you're young.
I'm looking through his. I'm looking through his
ID
television things. I
well,
can't
he was
see.
Little Britain, wasn't he? He was also the voice for that. Tom.
Yeah, that's really what brought him back into the public consciousness, wasn't it? Really.
Oh yeah, he was also on Rebels.
Yeah.
Did you hear? Did he do the voice on Star Wars Rebels?
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
He was a guest presenter for Have I Got News for You, and it's hilarious. It's so funny. He's totally in command. He's really irascible on there as well, which makes it even
And you could
Yeah.
see like the two main hosts who were Paul and Ian, aren't they, on that? You could
Yeah.
tell they were like, do we interrupt him because he's Tom Baker?
No, you don't interrupt Tom Baker. Are
If
you high?
the two greatest on there was Tom Baker for sure, and oh my goodness, my brain. What's his face? Oh God, what's the matter with me today? Carry on.
All days, Lee, right?
Brain fart.
Give us a hint.
Well, Tennant did a few, and he wasn't too bad on Have I Got News for You. He did a few.
Oh, he's always great. Dave Tennant.
Because he
And I
took the
love-
mick out of himself.
And I love Matt Smith too, by the way.
Brian Blessed. That's it. Brian Blessed. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, good God.
Yeah, Brian Blessed was the other one. I mean, both him and Tom Baker doing Have I Got News for You. If you haven't seen it, they're on YouTube. Go and watch them. They're absolutely hilarious.
He was a Bendu in Rebels.
Yes, he was
Problem.
the Bendu. That's right.
He was also in but I'm looking at it right now. You know he was in Little Britain, right? As a narrator.
Yeah.
That Charlotte mentioned.
I've seen this. Where is it?
You know
I've
what,
seen
the
that.
problem, I would have loved to have seen Tom's face when he would have got some of those scripts for Little Britain. Like, I have to say this.
Oh, he would have loved it.
Oh, I
Absolutely.
bet he did have a little giggle when he was doing, certain things. He's like, I'll have a little chuckle in this one.
I get to say rude words.
Yeah. And he was also the narrator for Warhammer, too, for one of the cartoons.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
He also did he was in Echo the Dolphin. I don't know if anybody ever played that.
No.
That was on the PlayStation 2, I think. And
No kidding.
he was a narrator in that. And he was in Dungeons and Dragons. I know that.
Wow. He was on Randall and Hopkirk too.
Yeah, I remember he was in that Dungeons and Dragons that really bombed.
Oh, he was in that bad movie?
Yeah, that movie bombed
was he in
so
that?
bad. Yeah, I remember that one.
You all know he was offered Gandalf before.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And when I found out that he was offered Gandalf, I was like, oh my God. Why? We could have had Tom Baker as Gandalf. He could have been the Doctor in Gandalf.
Well, did he do a voice of Lion, the Witch, in the Wardrobe?
Yeah, he did. Let me see. I'm looking at it right now.
I watched that movie. Who was he in that?
In which one? No, I'm talking about
I
that.
think it was in the
PBS
cartoon version.
No, he was on the PBS miniseries of some kind of miniseries. He was the Lion. Was it Aslan or whatever? Wasn't he?
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's the cartoon version.
It was a cartoon.
Oh, I was thinking.
Yeah, it was the cartoon version. Yeah, the cartoon version. I remember that.
And he was in Randall and Hopkirk Deceased, the remake for that.
That's a remake.
Yeah, there was a remake with
Rick and Bob. Rick and Bob.
Yeah.
I've always wanted to see that show. Never got a chance.
What else?
No, he's been he should have been on Blake 7. And he should have had that.
Yeah.
Well, they were going to, weren't they?
Yeah.
They were thinking about
Daleks.
it. Yeah.
It just.
Daleks crossover.
Oh yeah, I gotta remember he was in Lego Dimensions too. He had a voice.
Wow,
he had
that's
a voice part. He had a voice part in Lego Dimensions. I forgot.
Oh, they
about
all
that
did,
too.
didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. That voice. I don't know if you all mentioned it earlier, but did you all have the same reaction that I did when you were watching the 50th?
That was my first time.
I freaked out.
We'd heard all the stuff about that he was supposed to be on it before, but by the time, and I really loved the 50th. I know some don't, but I was having such a wonderful time watching it. It was simulcast around the world, as you know. My son and I were sitting there watching it.
Yeah.
And I just said, for some reason, I don't know why, I'd forgotten. That I just wasn't thinking about Tom. I didn't even hit me. And then when you hear those words coming from behind Matt Smith, I really think you might. We jumped out of our chairs.
Yeah.
We were like a couple of.
I was in the cinema for that one, and yeah, my goodness, the electricity in the room was like, oh wow, it was magic, pure
Yeah, I
magic.
didn't. I watched it at home, and that's one of the few times that, and now I really regret I didn't go to the cinema and watch.
Oh,
That
that
would have
was
been fun.
magic because I got to
It's
see it
brilliant.
in another place, but it wasn't a cinema. It was like a refurbished cinema. It
Huh?
was kind of like comic convention style, but it was a big screen and everybody was in the place together. So the minute everybody screamed and started, you saw people jumping up and down in the back the minute they heard Tom.
It was a moment like it was such a rare moment. I mean,
Yeah.
I can watch it a million times. That scene, and I really liked the 50s. I know a lot of people don't. I really liked it, but at that point, I'm already had a pretty good time. And then when that happens, and then you got bleeding into the last couple seconds there, when seeing all the doctors and all that stuff, I'm just going nuts. We'll never be back at that level of Doctor Who again.
Oh,
No.
I don't think so. I
I-
that's what depresses me of how Doctor Who is now. You know, it's just
Yeah, but my sort of response right now is the spirit of this character.
yeah.
It's not currently in the show. It's everywhere else. It's in the
Yeah.
fan stuff you watch. It's in Big Finish if you listen to that. It's the
Mhm.
Doctor's this like. I might sound a bit daft by saying this, but for me, the Doctor's a soul. It's a spirit, and
Yeah,
it's just waiting for something to bring it back.
Mm.
And you can even see it right here because all of us have each and every one of us have each and every said how much we love and that Tom, that ain't gonna go away no matter how many women they throw at us, no matter how many whatever they throw, make the Doctor a toad, whatever. They're like, we still have the older doctors, we still have Tom. You guys can't take that away from us, no matter how much you try.
Well, out of interest, what what can you imagine Tom Baker doing next? I have in my mind what I'd like to hear would be to hear Tom Baker reading War of the Worlds.
Wow, that would be.
Can you imagine him? No one would have believed in the last years of the 90s. I think his voice would just blow everyone else out the water.
I think that would be awesome. You know what? I would love to see Tom on screen again.
Yeah.
Because
Using deep fake technology. They could use some deep fake.
And I'm gonna do this. Going back to the 50th anniversary show, he said, "You never know, you might want to go back and revisit some old faces," and he touched his nose.
Who?
Remember?
Who knows?
I would look to see, not Chipnell and everybody's there, but if they could get rid of Chipnell and everybody else and bring Tom in and bring the spirit of Doctor Who back the way.
No, I think the curator. I would like him to come back as the curator.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. And then here's the thing, and I thought this out a while back. You could have Tom. Okay, the new Doctor we're trying to regenerate to the new Doctor. The new Doctor doesn't know who he is. All of a sudden, the curator comes out of the TARDIS. Looks like I'm going to need to help you out. Remember who you are. You have Tom is the curator trying to help the Doctor remember who he is. You would have classic Who right here. You have the classic and you have the new. Get somebody that people would love. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then you would have Tom over here. I mean, think how epic that would be.
Basically.
Yeah. Because and I think that's what Doctor Who's been missing is there's no legacy. They destroyed all the legacy. Yeah. There's no love. There's no any of that.
I just want him to offer me a jelly baby just once. Jelly baby.
Do you think Tom got to a stage where he was fed up of hearing that?
Yeah.
Probably. But I'm not. I can say that to me often. Would you care for a jelly baby?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh, time. Oh, did you see what Time said right there? Time. I was glad I went to the cinema in Britain though, because in Americas they do strange things in cinemas like clapping. In Britain, you get thrown out for eating Pop-Tart too loudly.
You can't. Wow. Yeah, they get loud over here. After I saw the simulcast of that, a couple days later they showed it in the theater here, and I went to a theater, and yes, it gets loud over here in theaters if you're not used to it.
So in Britain, you get tutted at or stared at very harshly.
Oh, we need to bring that over here. Not that we have theaters anymore.
Yeah.
Some theaters
well, some of the theaters over here are awesome. Oh, I did see this is what Chris said. I had to go back and see this. Chris said this right here. The Time Prophet, now that Brian Blessed will be because he voiced Omega, can you literally hear the doctor's alive? Because okay, because I gotta say this and I've said this. Yeah. Can you literally hear him saying that?
I was so fortunate. I used to do a lot of film extra work, and we filmed a beer commercial during I think it was the World Cup or something, and we got to film this scene with the wonderful Brian Blessed. Nice. We spent the whole afternoon with him. It was funny because we were filming it in Patrick Troughton's old school, so it was in like the school theater space or hall or whatever. So you had pictures of Patrick Troughton all over the place, and there's Brian Blessed, and he was regaling us the whole afternoon with wonderful stories. And he just would not stop talking, and it was just riotously funny. And we had a group photo with him. I was right next to him as well, and I wish to God I had that picture because never got to see it, and I'm so gutted.
Oh, man.
Okay.
Yeah,
I can one up you there, Lee. I got to have a picture of Brian Blessed and Sam Jones in his Flash shirt at a convention, and nice. I got to take a picture with the both of them, and I got to have a lunch for like maybe 5 minutes talking to him, and I took a picture.
Pretty good. Nice.
Yeah.
I like
and then I got him. I go, can you please say Gordon's alive? and I was like, he goes, a lot of people ask me to say that, and he goes, Gordon's alive, and Sam goes, what? Where am I? If I can find the picture, I'll show it to you. I'll put it on the thing. But I got tons of pictures from all the conventions I had when I was younger and stuff.
I even Blessed on that documentary they did a couple of years ago, Life After Flash.
Here's the funny thing, and I'm going to tell you guys. My first stream, and I can say this now because I don't think it's ever going to happen. My first planned stream, and I had this all planned out since this was my first one, but I just got a random bug up my bum today, so I was like, it's Tom Baker's birthday, let's do this. But my first original planned stream was to get Sam Jones and have him do a watch along with Flash. Because I actually emailed him, but he's too busy at this. They said he's considering with the beer bug and everything else that's going on. He's full at the moment. He's still putting in appearances over, stuff, but I was like, I was like, that would have been because everybody knows I love Howard the Duck, I love Flash Gordon. I was just like, I would say this, ever since I started showing up on Noel's channel, I've been debating whether to do stuff, but being over in Noel's channel has helped me actually get out and do stuff on YouTube and meet more people. And like Clobberin, I've known him for like at least 10 years. More. It's been like 10 years, right?
Something like that, man.
Yeah. So, and the way we met each other was was it the New 52 crap that started?
There's a Screw 52. That's
It was the terrible New 52 brought me and him together, and we've been friends since on Facebook and everything. So, but yeah, I was just like, I wanted that, but Sam said it was his secretary or somebody that got back to me. I was like, oh, that would have been a dream. Just have Sam Jones and do a watch along with him as Flash Gordon on there. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Busy chat.
So that's good on their part. They didn't like blank you.
No, they didn't blank me. They actually sent me a really nice letter, an email, saying, "Oh yeah, we read," because I wrote him this long letter that I've had this really bad. Everybody's had a bad year and everything else, and I was like, I'm trying to do a YouTube channel and everything else, and I would love it if he could come on. And it would be like my first thing, and I'm trying to get some other friends of mine to come on. And at the end, that screen where it says "Thanks, Flash" at the end. Well, they only did one letter at a time, so I actually put in "thanks" up the top and Flash, and I sent it to them, and they sent me a picture back of him thumbs up in it, saying "thanks" with his Flash. But they send me a thing back, say thanks and everything else. So I was just like, at least I didn't get blanked.
There you go. Right. Good.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's like, and I said this again. You're not going to do anything unless you try it, because I was nervous as hell.
Don't ask, don't get.
Yeah, right? I was nervous as hell doing this today because I just threw this randomly together, and I got all you guys in here, and there's like a ton of people in chat. And I would like to say this. Thank you very much to everybody that's in chat. I thought like 2 or 3 people would show up, and that's about it.
Our first one, dude. Most first streams, that's about what happens. And look at you, man.
13 people watching.
Yeah, I'm blown away, and thank you everybody for your support, and thank you everybody that came on here. I'm just,
Dude, you're most welcome, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're a community, mate, and I've said we're a family, so
yeah,
whenever we can help each other out, we'll do it.
Absolutely. Yeah, so. I'm finally got to hang out with Charlotte and Dickie there, because I see you guys in the chat room all the time. It's great to meet everybody.
Well, this is the thing. Well, go ahead, Retro. What were you going to say?
No, I was just saying it's nice to actually talk to Charlotte and Mike, and problem being, it's great.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think you can only stream like 20 hours on the thing, because I don't have $200 to get the full version. It's bloody ridiculous. $200.
That is crazy money.
200. Think about that in Australian money.
For what?
Lethal told me in Australian money. Lethal told me, and he's like, "Yeah, mate." I was like, "Jeez."
Probably like 1,000 Australian.
Yeah, in Australian money, Lethal and Rhino and them were telling me about
it. What's 200 though? What's $200?
Oh, I don't remember, but it was an absolute.
Not StreamYard though.
Yeah, StreamYard's is 200.
What? There's a basic package you get for $25. You can stream more than 4 hours.
Yeah, but I want to do the yearly thing if I could, because it's kind of like if you get Xbox Live, you pay for the year and you don't have to worry about it for the rest of the months and stuff. So
I have a question.
I
want to know what TARDIS toy that is that Retro Dickie has up there behind him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, hang on. Just hang on a second.
Yeah, Retro, show this.
Yeah, hang on a second.
Bro, I just thought I was
hang on. Just bear with me a sec, folks.
Just make sure he doesn't trip over that scarf.
Yeah, don't trip over the scarf. Geek Tropology, thank you very much. Yeah, I won't be doing that many streams, but I'll be doing them, because you can only limit it to 20 hours. So... a month.
Just send it out, Jed, because Daniel he doesn't pay for his, and he just plans his.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well, there you go. That's the way to do it.
And I want Daniel on too,
cool,
if I can get it, because I asked him, and I think he said he was busy today. So.
Well,
that's nice, dude.
Well, I think that's badass.
Yeah, hang on. A few more bits and pieces.
Still in the box.
He shouldn't have.
Minted box there. Oh wow!
Oh, nice.
Golden Dalek.
Yeah, disaster. There's so much sadness and everything else in the world right now. We need love. We need awesome things and things that make us happy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And Doctor Who used to be awesome.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And it used to have a universal appeal, and you know, by throwing in this diversity thing, it's like it appeases nobody, right? Because as soon as you start pandering to this crowd, they're never going to be satisfied, and they're just going to complain and complain and complain. And if they think we're bad, you know, this lot are going to be a damn sight worse. And you know, it's always diverse. You know, it's always been pretty diverse. I don't think as well. Don't think you need to jam in a female doctor just for the sake of it. You know, it pisses off too many people. Not necessarily because of her gender, but because what they did with it. You know, they didn't really do anything with that. Sorry, Charlotte.
I was saying it was a blind. As soon as I saw the announcement, I've said this on whole stream, but I'll tell the story here. My parents know I'm a massive Who fan, and they watch tennis. They like Wimbledon, and of course they were announcing after the Wimbledon final. So I had all my family sat watching the Jodie, like when she takes the thing off, with me. And my mum afterwards said, "I've never seen you look so angry and upset."
No.
There you go. You know, I mean, it blows my mind that you can't criticize this one character changing to a woman without being called sexist. Yeah, a lot of women don't like it either. Look, the character has been the way it's been for all these years, and it's worked perfectly well. What is the problem with that? Why is that now problematic? It blows my mind that we have to kind of rejig everything to fit around a tiny minority of crazy people who get absolutely fixated about their own navels because of this kind of thing. It's for me, it's anathema to any intellectual integrity. It's force-fed. It's done in a very cynical, pandering kind of way. It hasn't benefited her. It hasn't benefited us. It hasn't benefited Doctor Who. It hasn't benefited anybody, apart from a crazy few people on Twitter who get absolutely zealotry over this kind of stuff. It's speaking to the kind of university overeducated idiot. And they're usually completely narcissistic, virtue signaling 24/7 because, you know, their life revolves around it. And it's usually a bunch of white people who are generally male, some female as well, but generally male, who want to be seen to be doing the right thing and be on the right side of history. But it's so transparently awful, right? And the way it's written is it's pandering to the lowest common denominator. It's anti-intellectual. It's preaching to you because obviously they treat you like you're stupid. Now, one thing classic Doctor Who did, especially around Tom Baker's time and Pertwee's time, was they didn't speak down to the audience. I was a 4-year-old watching Doctor Who for the first time and understanding it, and you know, the language that they wrote was very verbose. You know, they had a lot of very highfalutin words that were complex. The stories were written in a complex English vocabulary, and it didn't speak down to you. It spoke to everyone on the same level, adults and child alike. So it didn't patronize you. It didn't patronize a child of 4 at all. And this feels like it's been written for 4-year-olds, but you know, 4-year-old mentality university students. You know, and it's so clear that that's what they're doing. They're not writing it for the general audience. They're writing it for them. These crazy people on Twitter who are obsessed.
It's not a democracy.
It's not a democracy, yes, of course not. Even though the BBC is funded by the public. So I think that if you're losing over half your audience who have been paying for this painful thing, I think, okay, fine, it's not a democracy, but I think, you know, considering it's being paid for, I mean, it was supposed to be paid for by us, where they're getting this money from, is it legitimate? I mean, it seems to fly against the BBC's very own, what do you call it, charter, I mean, the BBC used to get illegal funding from the EU until we left. So now they're getting money from fucking China? China?
Of course, China.
The Communist Party, China? That's what I mean. Like, any money that comes out of China has got to come tied with specific things, right? I mean, they don't just give money for nothing.
Right.
They don't. There's always something behind it.
Right. I would love to see the full contract, considering the BBC's publicly owned corporation. Why have they not published the details of that? I'd love to see the details of that contract. What they paid for, what they expect in return. I want to see that. I want to see that.
Well, here's another thing. What are they going to do with all these programs and stuff they have on? Like Doctor Who, Strictly Dancing, all these programs that are on the BBC. Where are they going to go then? ITV.
Well, I got a survey through. I got a survey sent through to my email back in the day when I had registered with the BBC iPlayer, whatever. I don't watch it anymore, but I had an email through asking me to fill in the survey, which is I've known other people over the last few months have been asked to do it, and I got one through today. So I went to town. I went to town on that thing. Told them exactly what I thought of them.
Go on.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if they published the results of that.
Publish the results.
I know.
But I mean, they need to be told these things, and it was my opportunity to finally actually have a proper way of speaking to them by being asked by them, rather than sending in the emails that they just send you a generic response to.
Yeah.
Which they've done, with various campaigns that Noel's done or whatever, where they just bat you off with the standard response, which commits to nothing.
So should post a link out and get other people to fill it in as well.
I think it's only if you've got a registered email with them or something. So
is it?
It'd be a nice account. About for.
Well, that is true. What Time said, like that right there. Time just said this. What was it? Let me come on there. Nobody's gonna miss Strictly Come Dancing.
I don't know. There's some Grammys that will be very upset.
But I mean, look at the TV programming of the BBC. What is so memorable in this current era of the BBC? I mean, there are no comedies that that stand out.
Here's the funny thing:
no
even
dramas.
Mrs. Brown's Boys isn't even funny no more.
No.
I mean, it's a one-trick pony. Like they've run the gag into the ground. The breaking of the fourth wall. It's a man dressed as a woman. Yeah, but look. Lily Savage did that so much better back in the day, right?
Yeah, he did. I remember that those first 2 seasons were gold. I laughed my butt off.
Love Lily Savage.
But then afterwards, you just it's the same joke over, and you guys are dragging it on. Just retire the show. I love the show, but come on, guys.
Not much to watch over here either, though. There's not really much to watch over here except for Cobra Kai, and they're going to ruin that.
Oh, God, yeah. And did you hear they're trying to ruin Cobra Kai now?
Oh, they'll either be forced not to make it anymore, or it'll bend the knee and then it'll go woke, and that would be tragic.
Yeah, but you think that when the knee I've not watched it, but apparently they royally take the mick out of SJWs in that show.
Oh, it's brilliant. Cobra Kai is brilliant.
Yeah,
brilliant.
I can't see them bending the knee.
I can't see it just off from what I've heard.
It's a raison d'etre to do what you're saying, to go after SJWs. It's why it's so popular, why it's so good. I'm just saying, it's on Netflix now, and I would not be surprised.
And there's no Asians in it. Like they did a whole episode or two.
I will have to say this.
Japan,
I will have to say this. Okay, and I want to say this, Mike. I have to say this. Cobra Kai is how they should have done Star Wars. It was done right.
Absolutely, 100%.
You brought first season was basically the first movie. Second season was basically the second movie, and then it was the second and third season were basically the second movie. So the first season was just the first movie. then you and I was like, oh my god. I was like, think about this. What if they did a series like that with Star Wars and they brought Han and Leia in? You saw they had kids. Luke had the Jedi Academy. He was training all these kids, and then some force like Thrawn came. What they should have done, they should have done Heir to the Empire. I'm just saying that right now. They should have done that as a TV series, brought everybody in, and then done a movie, and then brought in all the new people. Because once you got everybody comfortable, they didn't think about that. They just like, oh, let's go for the, you know. So,
well, I'm just saying that shows the blueprint for how they should treat old beloved IPs.
Yeah.
And guess what?
Yeah.
One or two things going to happen. They're going to make an example of it and force them to stop making it, screw it up somehow, or they're going to infiltrate it and wokeify it. But those guys may hold the line. I don't know how much. We'll see what kind of stones they have.
Okay. I heard this from Tom because I talked to Tom sometime. I was trying to get Tom over here, but I think he's still doing Midnight's Edge. So I was talking to Tom because I wanted to bring him on and I wanted to talk about Cobra Kai because he loves Cobra Kai.
Yeah,
that's
great.
I want to get Tom over here to talk about Cobra Kai, but he said it on it because I watched Midnight's Edge in the morning. I watch it after dark all the time because I watched it for years. Actually, I've watched. Rachel, you're thing's doing it again.
I know you forget to turn that off.
Yeah, I know, all the time, every stream.
Dude.
Even when we're in the middle of a movie and the zombies were attacking somebody.
That's put it on mute.
retro technology.
I know.
So
he's got those little ColecoVision toy, the little video games. I had.
Yeah, I have. You know it. I have. Yeah.
But what I was saying is they should have done that, and that's what's frustrating. I mean, you could even do that with Doctor Who and do it in a better way. You know, like I said, bring Tom as the curator.
Yeah, this is what I don't get. Like, they seem to have all forgotten passing on the torch is so easy, and you don't have to rely on the old. Then you can have your old, and then have them pass it on to your new characters.
Wouldn't it be great to have like a series of the Eighth Doctor adventures and have the curator in there? Like, I mean, we've heard the Eighth Doctor with the curator in a few Big Finish audios, and I think that kind of works. Do something like that. That would be.
You do know if they brought him in, people would go nuts.
Yep. They would have record.
Just saying, if you want Doctor Who to write the shit, for what I said, ship, not other words, so I don't want to get banned off YouTube. Ship. Read it, listen to it, people. Ship.
You can say that word. It's a say way worse, dude.
Shit.
I think Gary and them cuss so streak, but I'm not at the clout where Gary and Doomcock and everybody at, so I'm like,
You're good, bud. You're good.
But if they brought him in and they brought Tom as the curator because his mind's a little loopy again from regenerating, like, why am I here again? What's happening? What's going on? You bring Tom in every episode or so to help him out. Maybe Tom's part of the TARDIS now. Maybe the curator is in the TARDIS. Think about that. TARDIS is alive, by the way, anyway. So what if Tom's the curator that's in the TARDIS? Think about that. People didn't think about these things. We, like the true Doctor Who fans that have loved Doctor Who, think about how awesome that is.
Yeah, but that's because they hire writers from soap operas, like Doctors and Emmerdale, for crying out loud. Yeah, it's depressing, and political playwrights and poets. Yeah. It's a postmodern doctrine. Whoever's on board with that, and whatever diversity hire that they can get hold of, just to say that they've got someone of color writing it or a woman, writing it, rather than actually having someone who knows what they're doing, because they have the wrong skin color, the wrong gender, or something. It's so painfully ridiculous. It's like, I don't care what gender or race the writers are. They shouldn't be hired purely on that premise. They should be hired because they are competent, capable, tested, knowledgeable writers who write without putting race and gender first and foremost in the topic box. That they have to tick that they have to make that the be all and end all, the main focus of the show. They should be excellent writers. They should have at least some kind of interest in science fiction beyond politics. If you're going to do politics in a science fiction setting, do it properly. For example, the story of the partition of India it has been done before in Doctor Who.
Demons of the Punjab. Oh.
Yeah, Demons of the Punjab, but it's been done before. The Mutants was a poetry story that was basically about apartheid and the partition of India. But it was done in a science fiction context, so it's an allegory, and that's more creative, and it's not so on the nose, and you get to pose the question to the audience. What they used to do with the political stories in the day was they presented it in a way that was in allegory, but also it gave a political point handed over to the audience to question about, to think about, and gave them a moral quandary. You had to kind of make a decision. It's not so black and white. It's not so the bad guys, but you have to think about these things and actually question.
And I also think it was so important that, and I've noticed is watching the classic now, the Doctor, sometimes he would, I wouldn't say he'd take a side, but you could see he was maybe a bit more sympathetic to somebody, but he would never say, I'm 100% with this side, you're wrong, the other side.
He would always try. He would always try and appease people. He would always try and trying to reach across the boundaries and trying. It wasn't a moral cudgel. It was. He would try and try and reach the other side to kind of get them to question what they're doing.
Make them
appeal to them and go, please reconsider, and he would always try and save the bad guys and, give them another avenue, like show them another way, and there were so many more layers to it, But I think towards the end of Sylvester's run, though, it was a bit too on the nose a lot of the time. But again, that's reaching the sky. That was in the starting period of the politically correct age. So
and especially Lee about the one, was it where they're in the water and they tell the people not to swim, but then all those boogie monsters come up.
That's the Curse of Fenric, though. That's great.
Yeah, that's an awesome episode. But there was some little bit of
there was some commie crap in there that pissed me off.
There was. I love that episode, but there was a ton of stuff in there.
It was getting
that
very
was really bad.
With that, and it wasn't the greatest story. I mean, a lot of people say Doctor Who's always been political. Yeah, but those political stories generally were not the best received.
Yeah, they weren't political, where they hate you over the head literally all the time.
Like the
they're saying, well, Sarah Jane was the ultimate SJW, and I was like,
the Sunmakers was very anti-capitalist.
But it was also anti-taxist in a way too, though. So
I mean, it's a multi-layered, contextualized.
The Green Death was pretty hippie, big hippie stuff, though. I got to say that.
But I mean, that was when it was liberal. It was liberal. But the current liberal politics is illiberal. It's not in the same context. It's very tyrannical. It's very authoritarian, and the Doctor's always been anti-authoritarian. So when we say the Doctor's gone woke, it's gone through this authoritarian, you will be on board with this message or otherwise you're an evil person. That is not the same as the Green Death, right? That's not anywhere the same as the Sunmakers, right? This is
well, those were subtle by comparison.
It's subtle in comparison, yeah. I mean, it wasn't very subtle, but it's still more of a quandary. It still offers the audience to think about the issues and to make their own minds up rather than be told what to think.
Or Lee, like in Genesis of the Daleks, where do I have the right to destroy the Daleks? Should I do this?
And the Daleks being the Khalids being analogous to the Nazis.
Yeah,
I mean,
and he
yeah.
goes, I have the power to do this right now, and we wouldn't have any more problem. But if I do that, I'm just going to become as bad as they are. You know?
Yeah.
Well, he was also talking about it would be filling with time, and some of the just like anything in life, a lot of horrible things come from good things, and vice versa.
Well, yeah, because he said, people come together because of the Daleks.
Yeah. I mean, it's like of threats. I mean, how many times has something really horrible happened and good things came from it?
Yeah, well, look at us lot. Look at us
There
lot.
you go.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
the
let's
Last
just
Jedi-
say
the Last
we
Jedi
have a horrible thing happening today, but I
Yes, we do.
wanted to make something good out of it, right?
Well, there you go.
Am I being correct?
Yeah, that for me. Man, I'm just trying to forget that crap. But there's political stuff in a lot of things, I mean, but like you say, it happened even back then, but nowhere near where it was still a show meant to be entertainment first, story first. And you talk about science fiction TV, when Gene Roddenberry created the original Star Trek, the original series, he sent the series Bible out to science fiction writers, qualified, well-known science fiction writers like Theodore Sturgeon and Harlan Ellison and Norman Spinrad and Robert Bloch and Richard Matheson. He sent them out to people. He didn't send them out to soap opera writers. He did that for a reason.
Big change, big difference. We're going to lose Charlotte, by the way.
I wanted to, Charlotte, can you promote anything you want, or with Daniel, you and Daniel's stuff, or anything? You have the floor right now.
Yeah, me and Daniel, we do our Beware streams, which are nice, positive in that theme. We want to do something nice and positive, so that's why we do those. And last night, we did our first general chat relax stream. We sort of there was no real we sort of bounced from topic to topic. So if you want a very chill, bit of everything sort of stream, that's what me and Daniel did last night. So that's the latest.
Cool.
But thank you, guys, and good luck, and please do more streams because we love you and you are very good in streams.
Well, I want you on, and I'm gonna have to get like a way that I can like send you the links and stuff. Are you on Facebook or anything?
I tell you what, send me a friend request again, and I'll look out for it, and then I can send you my email because that's the best way to send me a link.
On what? Facebook?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna have to find. Yeah, give me the link in there so I can find it.
Oh, it's just my name. Just put my name into Facebook.
Okay. So yeah, and I want to do, but yeah, I have the limitation, but I want to do more, and I want to have you more on, because I will say this, and one of the reasons why Charlotte does embody the Doctor, even though she is female, she has the heart of the Doctor in her. I will say that for Charlotte right here, because she wrote out something, and this was months back when we were on Null's stream. Do you remember that when she wrote that?
Awesome.
She read that out, and that was the spirit and embodiment of the Doctor.
I still need to record that. I totally slipped.
Charlotte, and I'm going to say this. I want to have you come on again, and I want you to read that on the stream so we can have that again. Okay.
Happy to whenever, mate. And Lee, I didn't want to bother you. I had a feeling
it should have done. Oh goodness me!
Yeah.
Shocking. I told you I have a terrible, terrible, terrible memory.
Yeah. I had to remind him sometimes, so
Yeah, whenever when I'm free, because I'm working now, so nighttime.
Yeah.
So if I'm ever free, I've got it to hand. I've written it down. So if you need me to read it, I'll happily will.
Okay.
But I need to have my shower now.
Yeah, put your YouTube channel in the chat or whatever.
Lee,
if you can.
Somebody put Daniel's chat in, because I don't technically have one.
I don't have it right now.
So. I'll get it. I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, put Daniel's in, because we sort of share that now.
Yeah, I know you guys share that one. He said he would have came. He said he would have came today, but he said he was busy. So.
Well, he will. He's just he was on last night with me, so he might be a bit tired.
Oh, that might be a reason like that. Okay.
But so thank you everybody, and you'll see me where you see me.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
Take care.
Bye bye.
Take care.
Bye, Charlotte.
Bye, Charlotte.
The Time Prophet. I could have lived a nice long life without knowing that about Katie Manning, but okay.
Oof.
Well,
Oof.
she's, you know, of an age. You
I
know,
know, I'm just kidding.
probably
I
think
love her.
she's still living in the 70s. Bless her heart.
I'm just kind of kidding. I love her anyway,
Yeah.
but still, damn it.
I put that up there on the chat. There's Daniel and Charlotte's YouTube. If you guys can please go to their channel, that'd be most awesome and excellent if you could do that for them. So
I'll make sure I'm not. I think I'm subbed to them already, but I'll make sure.
yeah, they put out good content too, and like people give Daniel a hard time because he can't speak well, but he just Daniel and Charlotte are awesome together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
Absolutely. You seem like a very nice young man.
yeah. And if you, I will say this, I wanted to get Rabbi on here too, but I asked Daniel, Rabbi, I asked Bolsack, and I asked some of the big heavy hitters, but he'll probably be coming on like because I only got 20 hours and stuff, so I'm going to bring some of the other heavy hitters on here. Like Ball, I will say this right now, there probably will be a Howard the Duck watch along, and Bull will come on here, okay? And then Mike, you're invited to that, okay? Because you know Marvel and all.
Yeah, I'll fall on my sword. You know,
No. You're my movie buddy, so you got to suffer through it.
Yeah, you got
Bloody hell.
for the cause.
Retro's got to do that because you're my movie buddy. Because
yeah.
I'll do watch-alongs on here too, depending because I
Yeah,
know Noel's going to do his, and I know some of the movies that I want to do. Noel doesn't want to have anything to do with Howard the Duck. Okay, he's already said that.
No, let me talk to Noel. We need to talk him into it. I want Noel to watch out.
Good God, don't do that to the poor man. He's suffered enough.
No. Yeah, he said I bloody well just fall on my sword. You know, I should just let the idiots get me now. And I was because I've joked about it.
I saw it at the theater, dude.
Yeah, I saw it in the theater like 10 times. I love Howard the Duck. Whoa. Jonesy.
Good Lord.
I love Howard.
Have you seen it?
What?
You ever watched it, probably?
Yes, I made that mistake. Yeah.
I'll probably bring Lee on here, and he'll probably be drunk singing while the movie's going on.
Yeah,
singing China Girl again. You know, he's gonna sing China Girl while the movie's going on.
I don't know if any of you are familiar with my friend Paulie, the Latino Slant channel, but they got a show they do now on Saturdays where they all give some. Tom with Midnight Sets was on last week. They give everybody they list like 3 movies. Everybody's got to go watch them. So they don't do it as a stream, but they don't do it as a watch party. But everyone has to go watch them, and then they talk about them on Saturdays. They pick bad movies.
Oh, yeah.
And they usually obscure. Some of them even recent. Some of the shit they've watched recently. Jesus Christ! But they actually this week I don't agree with them on what they're calling a bad movie.
What is it?
Flash Gordon from 1980.
What? Which one?
The 1980 Flash Gordon we were just talking about earlier.
Oh my God, Flash Gordon is God tier. Are you kidding?
That's in my collection.
Yeah.
It's a bad. I'm all over him about it. I'm his wrench. I wrench for him. I said, dude, I'm coming on there and I take issue.
Oh, you need to bring me on there. I'll be your backup on that one. Okay.
And by the way, they love it, but I'm like, I know. I love some stupid movies too that I admit are bad and dumb.
Yeah.
This doesn't fall into that category as much, but they think, technically it's campy, but.
But I will say this. I did talk to Bull today. He goes, I wish I would have been there, but I can't because he's working, or he would have been here today. So we would have had that. We would have had that wild man on here today too. He loves Howard Duck, but I think Gary is too busy though. You know,
yeah, he is busy.
Gary is super busy. I have a list.
He's coming on today, I think. Isn't he?
Huh?
He's doing a nooner today.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I think
it's not right. Yeah, it's in about an hour or 2 from now. I think. But Lee would know because he's his mod. I've been trying to be a mod in there, but I don't know if I can get in there yet because I'm in there all the time. I was like, might as well be a mod in there.
It's only a very select few.
I was like, can you put a word in for me? Because I know Lady Greymaster too, and I was like, can you put a word in for me?
I'd make you a mod on mine, but that would be no big great. No one would give me, it's like I got 5 people in my chat.
Oh no, dude, no. I gave you mod and everything else too, dude. So
it's picking up. I'm just kidding. Having fun reviewing all of Star Trek now, of course, on Saturday nights.
I just need to be able to stay awake to watch you stream because I want to be on the streams. I'm like 3 o'clock in the morning.
And I will say this. I would say, Mike, can we say this? Is this definite guaranteed? Awesome. Was this definite guaranteed what we were talking about the other night?
What's that?
Last night, that me and you might be doing a show a month.
I'm gonna have to work on it, man. I'm gonna have to find a time slot for it because I got already.
We've been thinking about we might coming up in the future. We might just do a pop culture show of what's going on at the time.
We'll definitely try it. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do it because
I will be on his show tomorrow night talking about WandaVision. So.
Yeah. We might even schedule a little bit earlier than night if you can. Depends on when.
Well, tomorrow is it tonight or tomorrow? Am I going to be on there?
It's Thursday if you want, because tonight I got Purple Valkyries on tonight.
Oh yeah, let Purple. Oh yeah, you did tell me that.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So I mean, I schedule.
I would love to. You know what? I would love to be on there with Loki because Loki's hilarious.
We need a $6 million man stream.
Hey, dude.
Well, I do have some plans where we can do some other things. So the group that's in here right now.
I'm the Invisible Man.
Yeah. Well, we should do like
David McCallum.
We should do like we need to do the Time Machine, the original Time Machine as a watch along. I love that.
Oh, I love that film.
And I hope, hope we do a Probby and Clobby one of these days soon. But I mean, it's been a while.
We need to do some of the classic movies, and then we just need to do the movies that are just total bad movies.
Yeah.
Just total.
Well, the Jupiter Ascending. That's probably one of the worst films I've ever made.
No, I ain't gonna watch that, man.
You watched the honest trailers of that?
I love that. I love that.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
I've got an absolute shed load of classic sci-fi. Logan's Run, Silent Running, The Black Hole. You name
This
it.
Island Earth is another classic.
Oh yeah.
Black Hole. I love that. You know they're gonna try to remake that.
He's had the toys for that.
Yeah, they're great.
Vincent. Yeah, great.
Vincent's gonna be like he's gonna have a wig or something on now, and Maximilian's gonna be like transgendered robot, and
the important stuff.
Yeah.
Never mind the story.
Yeah, and then all the doctors he's gonna be this kind, caring doctor that, hey everybody, let's go in the black hole. No, we can't because you're not gendered enough.
Black hole's a racist.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They're like, we can't go in there because the black hole's a racist.
And it's very gender specific. So I think that all people, all genders have black holes.
I love the black hole. And he goes, oh, you guys only have one woman on board. That's racist,
Oh my god.
Yeah,
so racist. It's so racist, so sexist.
Yeah, bunch of phobos or whatever.
I'm offended.
Oh, did you guys, and I would say this, did you guys hear what Twitch did? And I thought this ridiculous. When you do a blind playthrough on Twitch, you can't say blind playthrough no more. You have to say start and playthrough because it's racist against blind people.
How many blind people are going to be playing video games?
That's what I'm saying.
Twitch?
Blind people can't be on Twitch unless they're hearing, so they can't see it anyway.
Oh my god,
it's ridiculous. These people never stop. They
don't.
They will find absolutely anything they can complain about. Just I find it ironic that they find us the ones who are the ones who complain. It's like. Yeah, I think you'll find it's you lot because how can you live like that? I mean, that must be so depressing. Constantly on the guard about what you're saying in your peer group because they might come and cancel. You look at that Mr. Trilby Reviews, or Mr. TARDIS, whatever he calls himself. Like he made a really unpopular opinion about Peter Capaldi's last series or something, and he got absolutely trounced upon by his followers, complaining that he was mocking Capaldi, and he deleted that tweet. I mean, what a coward! You know, like, how can you trust anything he says anymore when he's lied about Noel being racist and all the rest of this stuff? So, and then he makes a statement that proves to be unpopular with his followers, so he deletes it. What kind of spineless person does that?
And it's like, oh wait, I'm not gonna get any follows, and I'm gonna lose cred because of this. I better
it's like
dude,
stand by your. If that's what you believe, stand by it.
Have some balls, mate. Like, stand to your,
This goes to prove that these people are just attention seekers who just want to be affirmed all the time, and they don't want to be remotely edgy because it's too dangerous for them. Like, they have to live in this constricted reality where they can't be seen to be being remotely controversial, or the only thing they'll say that's controversial is anything that attacks people that they generally perceive as being evil. So that's okay. They can say whatever they like, pretty controversial stuff like that 24/7, and get appeasement from get people really loving all that stuff because they're vindictive arseholes. But when it comes to actually anything of integrity, forget about it. They can't stand by anything that they say if it proves remotely unpopular. That's so pathetic and sad, quite frankly.
Oh yeah, and the Time Prophet did say this. Ernest Borgnine was excellent in Airwolf and the Black Hole. I gotta say,
he's a legend. A legend. Yeah, I used to love Airwolf.
Yeah, oh god, that's another one. That's another one in the collection, I'm afraid.
What was the other thing? Oh, he was in everything, wasn't he, back in the 80s? What was that? Heart to Heart? Was he?
Heart to I used to
Mrs. H.
I used to love that show.
You went in that show.
Oh, do you know what I was watching? Do you know what I was watching on the Heroes and Icons channel on Saturday morning? They have The Adventures of Superman. They have Batman 1966. They have Wonder Woman with Linda Carter. And then they have The Greatest American Hero.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
That's a fun show. Great song.
We didn't get that over here.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, dude, that's an awesome Saturday morning.
You did, or you didn't get it over there?
No, we didn't get The Greatest.
Oh, really?
Hero. Yeah. I remember reading because I had a Starburst magazine from America. I picked up in a comic shop in the UK many years ago, because it had things about V on there, because I love V.
V. I love V.
Yeah. And it had something in there, an article about The Greatest Hero, and I had no idea what it was.
Well, they've been trying to do a reboot of The Greatest American Hero for I don't know how long.
If you're not familiar with the show, it's basically these alien beings come down and they bequeath a costume that, if you put it on, gives you basically Superman powers. And so they gave it to this school teacher, and gave him the powers, and they teamed him up with this FBI agent played by Robert Culp. And he's got this instruction manual how to use the costume, and he uses a shrinking power, and then he shrinks. When he turns back to normal size, he forgets to bring the instruction manual back up. So he loses
because it falls out the back of his thing while he's carrying his clothes.
So the whole series, he can't. That's why he flies really terribly. He don't know how to fly, and he's terrified, even though he's invulnerable when he's wearing the suit.
Yeah,
and the stories were kind of, they weren't like very science fiction or fantasy-esque, but it was the concept. But it was a fun show. It lasted 3 years.
It was a little bit of Magnum, a little bit of Voyagers. I don't know if anybody ever watched Voyagers.
Similar.
And it was just a little bit of everything. It was a tiny bit of sci-fi, mystery,
I remember
especially
things
when
like Automan and Manimal. And
Oh,
Yeah.
that's another brilliant
I used to have the
one.
toy. Like, apparently, it's
Oh.
really rare that
You had an
figurine.
Automan
I
toy
used
or
to have it.
Oh, I love the Automan. Love Automan series. Got
6
that one.
episodes.
Oh,
Love
I've got
that
the
one.
entire box set. Entire
They
box
had a
set.
box set of Automan over there. Good
Yeah,
God.
I've got
Yeah.
the. Hang on a
Hey,
sec.
Retro, do you
Yeah.
have the $1 Million Man with his eyes
Yeah,
still
I've
there?
got. Yeah, I've got
Because
the.
a lot
I've
of
got the
people
box.
lose that part.
I used to have that. Yeah, the arm with the laser,
Yeah.
didn't you? Like, you put the hand
Yeah,
down,
Steve
and you got
Austin.
Yeah,
the red
bionic
light,
eye. I had the
Steve
bionic eye.
Austin.
and it had
Yeah,
the skin
Wow.
that peeled
Yeah.
like the latex skin
I
that peeled.
absolutely. Again, that was like my favorite. The $6 Million Man and Doctor Who.
And I had
So-
Buck Rogers had the doll.
Oh my God, I love Buck Rogers.
I do
And I used to
too.
have the
Buck Rogers in the 25th
spaceship.
century. Erin Gray.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Time
Erin
Prophet.
Gray.
Dude,
Time
Aaron
Prophet.
Gray was so bloody hot back then.
Oh, I
Yeah.
love what Time Prophet brings up a fun point about Greatest American Hero. Is the character's name was Ralph Hinckley, and this was the right. And then it was the series was on the air. Ronald Reagan, the attempted assassination by
Yeah.
What was his name? Something John Hinckley or whatever.
It was John Hinckley.
So
Yeah.
for about 8 episodes of the season, because they didn't like the name, they didn't like that. They changed the name of the character Ralph Hinckley to Ralph Hanley, and then after that, when the show came back, they just went back to Hinckley. So
You know, when I
episode-
was watching it when I was little, I thought it was because they were getting married.
no,
You know, so, but then I was like,
yeah,
but then I was like, no, it's because of that. They
They
had
changed it
this last Saturday. They had the episode where he gets to become a baseball player, and they're trying to catch the Cubans or something.
it's always Cubans on the show.
Yeah.
They had one where they found this eccentric millionaire that's like Howard Hughes type, played by the great was it Joe? What's it called? Joseph Inman, guy who played Doctor No, and
Yeah.
he was the previous owner of the suit before the aliens took it away from him because he used it to make all of his wealth and stuff. And then, oh, by the way, when they tried to make a 4th season because it lasted 3 years, he was going to leave the show. You know all this talk about changing the character for a woman. Well,
That's what
they
wanted to
filmed
do.
an episode with him passing on the costume to a woman, but it didn't sell to the network.
Yeah, nobody wanted it.
Sexist, of course.
Nobody wanted to see that, and they've been trying. They did it. They did a comic book of the Greatest American Hero, but then they've been trying to do a reboot for years, but nobody will pick it up.
So you have a Steve Austin doll?
Oh, me, yeah, I have. Yeah, I've actually got. It's not
Oscar
in the
Goldman?
box. No, I did have Oscar Goldman when I was younger. Sadly, I lost that one. I've got the Maskatron as well.
Maskatron? Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
got the Maskatron as well. But he's in a bit of a bad shape. But yeah, I've got
Retro.
I've got the entire. Again, I say I absolutely love the $6 Million Man. I've got the entire box set there. One of my all-time favorite shows. American stuff, fantastic. So many brilliant shows they did. Fantastic.
I
One of my
still have
all-time
the
favorites.
Evil Knievel motorbike.
I
You
had
have that?
Oh yeah, I had the jet one with the rockets on the back.
I have that still.
The one where you wound it. You had the rip.
Yeah.
I think it was the rip cord.
Yeah,
and
you
then-
had to pull it back, and
yeah.
then it goes flying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it goes on that thing, the ramp thing, and it goes flying.
Yeah,
For Christmas so many times.
I know. They did a re-release of it, didn't they, a while ago?
Yeah, but it was really bad and it broke.
Yeah.
Like,
Messed up.
the old one broke, but it didn't break as bad as these new ones did.
No.
Retro, you know what we should do? We should have like an episode where you like show all the toys and stuff.
Oh my god, I've got
Yeah,
like,
we should have an
tons of-
episode where you show us all the
I'm
toys,
not-
and I'll do a
nothing like-
stream.
nothing like Ian stuff. I've just got a few bits and pieces, but my biggest stuff is all my retro computers. Like I say, because that's my interest. I've got
Nice.
Commodore Amiga was one of my favorite.
Yeah, that was my
I
first.
love
Yeah.
the Amiga.
No, actually,
Absolutely.
my first was the Atari one. The
The Atari 800 XL, something like that. Yeah.
Hey, Retro, I ever forgot to ask
Still
you,
got
do
the
you have an
cartridge.
Odyssey?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Do you have
I've
a
got
Vectrex? Do you have a Vectrex?
no. I've got Atari 7800. I've got Sega Genesis, Mega Drive, Game Gears, ZX Spectrums, plus, plus two, plus three.
Mm-hmm.
I've got an absolute shed. I've got like stock loads. I've got a glut of Commodore 64s.
Oh,
I've got an absolute load of it. So if
that was
anyone
my
wants to,
first computer. Yeah.
yeah. So if anyone wants a spare Commodore 64, you're quite welcome to it. I've got loads of them. So I've got hundreds
You
of them.
know that stuff is really expensive now.
Yeah, well, like I mean, I was really lucky because in the late sort of 80s, early 90s, even 2000s, people were just giving them away for nothing.
Yeah.
So and
I
you
have
could pick,
like. Go ahead.
yeah,
go on.
you can pick them up for buttons. I mean, one of my pride and joys is I've got an Amiga CD TV. I'm going to bore the pants off everybody now. I'm telling you, because
No, you're not.
computers. That's my hobby and my interest. That's how I got into them. Was with the Spectrum, and I absolutely computer graphics fascinated me, and I was just amazed that just by coding you could create these amazing games, and that's how I got into sort of computers. So I've been like tinkering with them since the early 80s, since like the Sinclair ZX81 and the Spectrum, and I moved on from there, and I went on to the Commodore Amiga, and
Hey,
then I went on to PCs, and so that's where my interest is.
Retro, do you remember when you had to put, like in war games, where you had to put the phone on the receiver so you
Yeah,
could dial
yeah,
up? Yeah.
I had all the. I actually had my Amiga on the internet probably before people even
Yeah.
knew. The
I had a friend that did that, and I
bulletin
used to hang
boards.
over at his house all the time when I was a kid.
Yeah, we used to
So,
connect to the old bulletin boards and
uh-huh.
dial it up, and you'd upload stuff to the bulletin board, and then you get like so many credits like to download stuff.
Yeah, and do
So
you remember how long it took to get a
yeah,
response
yeah,
back from
yeah,
somebody?
yeah, I do.
We're
Yeah,
like, we're showing our age right here.
I know, how terrible. I mean, I had my Amiga, and I had like Spectrum emulators running on my Amiga, and my mate used to own an old computer shop, so he literally just gave me a box full of Spectrum cassette tapes. So one day
Oh,
I just sat there with this like massive box and just like uploaded them into my Spectrum emulator, turned them into snapshots, and then uploaded them to this bulletin board. And I had so much credit because I just like put a whole box full of cassette tapes up onto his server. So I just
yeah.
used to be able to download loads of stuff from Amiga all the time. So yeah, brilliant.
I used to.
Absolutely.
Oh wait, no. I used to use my Amiga all the time just to play games and then upload stuff all the time.
Yeah, I've got I was going to say Time Profit. Yeah, a CD TV. Yeah, Amiga 600, A500. The only
Hey,
ones that actually
do you have the Nintendo CD what was it? It was when I was a teenager. Do you have the CDI? Do you have the CDI?
the Philips CDI. No,
Yeah.
I came across one of those years ago, and I'm still kicking myself to this day because I never bought it, and it was going for buttons, but I never picked it up.
Yeah,
And
the two rarest ones right now, and I heard this because I was talking to a friend that owns a store, is the CDI in the PlayStation that has the Nintendo, say, a Sony logo on it.
yeah,
So, yeah. Because, if nobody never knew this, Nintendo and Sony were gonna originally unveil the
yeah.
PlayStation.
If you look
Yeah.
at there's another channel, Ben Heck Hacks. He actually had the Sony and Nintendo prototype actually on his channel. Again, because like I love all me retro stuff, so I'm on
Yeah.
loads of retro gaming channels as well. So I just sit there like looking out for tips and hints how to get stuff up and running again. So yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that running as well. You can actually get. They've actually got some game dumps from the PlayStation, Nintendo, um, machine as well, so you can actually put them on a flash card and then play them.
Yeah, you can
actually
do
get
that
'em.
on your phone too.
Yeah, yeah. I've got like Super Nintendos. I've basically got every iteration of the NES console right up until the Switch.
Yeah,
So
you
I've
can
got
actually, because I have a friend that does this. You
yeah,
can actually put all the NES games, and all the Super Nintendo games onto a flash drive and just put it in your phone and play
yeah.
it.
That's literally I've got the NES, got the SNES, I've got the N64. I've got the Wii. I've got the
Yeah.
Wii U. I've even got the Wii U as well. Most people wouldn't touch that with a bar trail, but I've actually got a Wii U as well.
Oh,
And of
those are
course,
cheap. Those are, if you can find those in decent shape now, those are
yeah,
expensive.
yeah. And also again, I've got my Switch as well. But I've been into sort of retro computer stuff for
Yeah.
as long as I
Well,
can remember.
I have a Vectrex. Those are really super hard to get.
Oh no, I know.
I used to work at a pulp culture store, so I could put my hands on basically anything I wanted to.
Yeah,
I was like kind of the assistant manager there.
yeah.
So,
I know. One of my other friends who's also into his computers and his retro stuff. He was lucky. One of his friends acquired one, and for the grand sum of something like £3. So yeah,
£3?
yeah,
That's
yeah.
cheap.
I mean, you're talking years ago. It's probably about 20 years ago now when he got it. But yeah, he's a lucky chap. And
Oh,
yeah, I forgot like all my Sega stuff as well. I've got got a Sega Saturn as well. Of course, I've got a Dreamcast as well. I've got a couple of Dreamcasts.
I will say this: Dreamcast was ahead of its time. Like,
oh yeah, it's a brilliant console. Great,
well,
great.
I have Dreamcast. I have a Vectrex. I have an Odyssey. I have a 2600. I have my old Macintosh 64. I have an N64. I have an old Amiga. I'm like, yeah. Disaster said that I should do a game stream with you. Me and you
Well,
should do.
yeah, I would love to. I mean, I love doing that. I mean, I'm nowhere near as much as all the other like gaming retro channels. It's like a little tiny bit hobby of mine.
Yeah.
I mean, I certainly can't quote facts and figures off for it. I just love getting these things up and running. And one of my pride and joys is my Sega Lindenberg, which is actually the Outrun 2 arcade machine. I've actually got a real one.
Oh, you got an Outrun 2 machine?
Yeah, oh yeah, but
Do you know how rare those are now?
Yeah, well, I've actually got one. I acquired one about a year or so ago, and it's basically a PC, but it's running Linux. It's running Linux on it, but of course, obviously, it's got sort of modified controls. But I've got it hooked up to a Raspberry Pi, so I can then emulate all the arcade controls. So I can play Outrun 2 to my heart's content on it now. It's all on free play as well. So I can just sit there playing Outrun all day.
I'll wait till Mark, because Mark had to go get some drink. But I will say this when he gets back too. There is a friend of mine has the original how do you say it? Has the original Star Wars Vectrex. How do you the Vectrex games?
Wow, the Vectrex, yeah.
Yeah, he has the motion picture arcade that was super hard to get. You don't see those in any other arcades. You see Star Wars all the time.
Yeah.
Even Empire is even harder to find. But
I've got like a MAME cabinet as well, which I have all my old arcade stuff on as well. And
hey, Mark, are you there?
Who?
You there?
Who's Mark?
Cloverin.
Yeah, you said Mark. You said Mark.
Sorry, long.
Sorry, bro. Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to call.
Oh, I was gonna ask you. Did you ever see the Star Trek Vectrex game? The big tower.
I don't. Are you talking about?
You either had the stand-up ones.
The stand-up ones.
Oh no, I don't think so.
Yeah.
You talking about from the 80s?
Yeah, from the motion picture.
No, I don't believe so. I remember a lot of the arcade games, of course. Back then, I went to an arcade and jumped quarters, or I didn't, I didn't have too many of the home systems or anything.
Yeah.
I love the Star Trek game from the arcade though.
Yeah, that's hard to get though. It's super hard to get.
I don't know if you're familiar with my good friends at Retroblasting, the channel. They have a great channel, and they my friend there, he's gotten the Star Wars arcade games now, the actual arcade.
Yeah, I would love. I saw Gary has the Star Wars, the Spider-Man game in there, and I know
Spider-Man,
he has some of the others. Do you know this? And Tom said this the other day. Those games they're like super cheap now. The build kits, but they're super hard to find now because they lowered them so much. Everybody's buying them now. So
that makes sense.
Yeah, I found one for what was it? It had Asteroids, Miss Pac-Man, and a bunch of other stuff in it.
Nice.
And it was $45. Yeah.
45.
I didn't have the $45. I didn't have the money at the time
for that thing.
Yeah. It had like 6 games in it.
Oh my. The one I would love to have is Tron.
Oh yeah.
The original one.
Yeah.
This Tron.
Most of the Tron cabinets that are out there are just refurbished cabinets. It's really super hard to find an original Tron cabinet now.
I take a refurbished one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can emulate them, no problem. But
yeah, you can.
It's owning the original cabinet, which is the best. I mean, I want a proper Taito Space Invaders, definitely. But
yeah, that's like the Space Invaders or the Pac-Man cabinets or the Super Mario cabinets. Those are super hard. The only place you'll find those is like in the arcades.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've got like one of the little mini Pac-Man arcade machines.
You mean the ones from the 80s?
No. The actual they did like a run of them, the limited edition. Like the little tiny mini ones. They're about that big.
Yeah, the ones from the 80s. That Video Game Nerd has those too.
Yeah, I've got one of those knocking around somewhere.
I got the Pac-Man one. I have the Miss Pac-Man one, and I have the Donkey Kong one. There is the Centipede one too, I think, but I don't have it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I remember there was a Doctor Who pinball machine.
I know. Oh, I have got another stuff to do. You can get pinball emulators. I don't know if you've seen these. These are absolutely fantastic. So as long as you get yourself a decent screen, like get yourself a 40-inch decent screen, and you get like a 32 up for your heads-up display for this display. You can emulate the whole pinball machine in an emulator, and you can actually. I haven't had it up and running for a while, but I've actually had the Doctor Who pinball machine running up on me PC.
It's
great. It's great.
Yeah. The thing that's most expensive on those is the screens, though. Those are
that's the problem. I mean, I've got an old PC which can can run it on. But as you say, it's the actual screen itself that costs a fortune. If you want a decent play field to look at, you've got to have a really good screen.
Didn't Gary say when he moved with the Spider-Man thing, he was worried it'd be broken, and he found out it was broken, he had to replace it?
Yeah.
I think he said that. And then he was... Gary says he's afraid to turn it on now because he doesn't want to break it even further.
Yeah. I don't blame him. Things are fragile.
That Spider-Man that's to the side of him in all the streams. Wow. Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, you can't keep these things in a vacuum. You should be enjoyed.
Yeah.
Exactly. You get it fixed.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they're there for. They're supposed to be there to be played on. And
it's like people who hang guitars on the wall. That drives me insane.
No, play it. So yeah,
So I've been watching Sons of Anarchy, and they've got that beautiful motorbike, and it's inside the home of the club area, the bar, and it's just like immortalized as like the father of the vice president of the club, and it's just sort of sat there lit up, and it's just kind of like just be like moving somewhere. Someone should be on that thing.
Yeah, too right. Yeah, too right. Too right. Yeah.
People memorialize things that are still useful,
No. In my case, like I'm still using stuff like from about the 80s. So,
I'm unfortunate. I've all the things that I used to have, all my childhood toys, pretty much all of it's gone. It's horrendous. It makes me so sad when I see things that I used to have and people talking about it. It's like, oh God, shut up.
I'm the same. I mean, but again, I've been lucky. I've kept some of the pieces I've had, but like the most of them, like yourself, got rid of them. And I mean, one of my biggest regrets, I had the original like sort of Boba Fett.
Yeah, I had that 12-inch doll.
Yes,
I had the Darth Vader. I had the R2-D2.
I had one of them. One of them in the box. I don't know, man.
Did you have it with the shooting missile?
I think
that's the rarest one.
No, that's a small figurine. We're talking about the 12-inch figurine.
Oh, we talked about the 12-inch. I thought you were one because that's super rare.
Oh yeah, I know that. Yeah, no, I actually had the 12-inch Boba Fett. Like, it was just
same.
Gave it away. Gave it away.
Don't even want to know.
I've got the doll.
Get this. I was at San Diego and was it 96 the year I met Kevin and everybody at the Comic-Con. And they had an original Boba Fett with the missile in it. It was worth, at the time, I think 800 to 1,000. And he goes, let me see it. And he goes, are you sure the missile's in there? He's like, so they put the missile in there, and the guy, he goes, don't shoot it. The guy shoots it, and it goes across the convention floor. Yeah, the missile's the hardest part to find out of that.
Oh my God.
The missile is like half the value of the figure.
No.
So
Crazy.
the minute I saw that going, because I knew one of the guys that worked there, he goes, Jay, go get that right now. I was like, I'm on it. I ran there. I dived. I knocked some people out.
Took some people out.
Yeah, I literally pushed people out of the way. He goes, dude, what you just did to me, you saved me about $1,000. He goes, so he gave me on Sundays in San Diego back in the day, back in the 90s and stuff. That was the day people would just give you crap constantly free. It was like, here, have this for $1, have this for 50 cents. Have this, and you can say this, clobbering, because you've been there, right?
What, San Diego?
Yeah, where they
Never
on
went.
Sunday they just give away everything. Basically,
Heard about it, but never been to San Diego.
Oh, you haven't? Okay, I thought you've been there.
Long way. That's a long way, man.
Oh, okay, but yeah, they'll like the posters, like, because people don't want to drive all the way back east with all this crap, so they're just like, here. So the dude on the way back, he like loaded me up with Star Wars figures, black hole figures. He's like, dude. Yeah, I was like, are you sure this stuff's super expensive? He's like, you saved me $1,000 and the guy gave me $2,000 for the figure instead of $1,000.
Nice one.
And I was like, okay. Because he felt bad that the missile launched onto the floor. So he goes, I'm just, you know what? I'll give you an extra $1,000 for all the, because I saw my friend. I literally saw he almost had a heart attack. Because I don't know, and it's about with your comics, and if you're at the comic conventions and stuff, and you have somebody like going through your comics, like an old comic, you're like, don't mess it up,
Yeah. I should really sort of put all my Doctor Who stuff. It's all just piled in a cardboard box. None of it's in bags. I think Gary and Az would be absolutely horrified if they saw the way they were just shoved in a box.
Oh, Charlotte, okay. Lee, you should have my email. Oh, you'll give it to me?
Yes,
Okay.
because she sent me Charlotte sent me the little speech of the doctor that she writes.
Okay.
I was meant to do a recording of it,
Cool.
so I should really do that.
Yeah, brilliant.
I should do that.
Okay, thank you, Charlotte.
Fantastic piece. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have her on there, and I want her to say it the way she did when I heard it when she had Noel had her on.
I'll try and do her justice when I do my
wonderful
recording of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, I haven't asked this yet. Just when will Noel be back on? We know.
Well,
Maybe
it was supposed to be for 10 days. This current nonsense. They had 10 days to respond to his rebuttal. I don't know if they have. My feeling is, and his feeling was, that they probably wouldn't. They just wanted to teach him a lesson because, you know, that's what sanctimonious pricks do.
Yeah.
So it's more than likely that they won't contest it. They just wanted to, you know.
They just wanted to screw with him, basically.
Yeah, basically. I mean, they might. They very well might uphold it. But I don't know if they have or not. He hasn't told me yet.
So we may see him back next week. We don't.
Hopefully, yep.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah. I mean, he has. Don't forget, he has his other channel, The Irish Geek. Which.
But here's the bad thing about that. Yeah.
Well, I hope he gets to come back on soon.
He will. He will.
I was just curious. I really wasn't all that in the loop about what was going on.
Yeah, it's just a big mess. It is. It's just.
Yeah, it's horrible. Go ahead, Retro. I'm sorry.
No, sorry, mate. Sorry, mate.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, do we know if Noel's going to be able to get up on his secondary channel? That's all. Or is he...
Because I'm worried that may be ban evasion, you know, too. You know, because I did ask him about that.
Yeah.
I don't think he wants to screw with it right now.
No, I can see where he's coming from.
Oh, thank you, Fry. Yeah. I don't think he wants to like push it right now. So
yeah.
Because
what's happened is just, you know, I mean, as I said earlier, you know, when you've got, you know, people who call themselves journalists actively seeking censorship of other people simply because they reported on your story in the way that they didn't like, which didn't get them the clicks that they wanted, so they go after someone and they deprive them of their own ability to make a living. I think that's just disgusting. It is utterly unethical for journalists to do that. I call them out on their non-journalistic credentials, quite frankly. It was done in just purely out of spite.
Purely deliberately baiting people, isn't it? It's deliberately.
Well, they wrote that article purely for clicks. That's all it was for, and it's clear in their response that was all it was about. There was no journalistic integrity whatsoever in the unprofessional hit piece, basically.
No.
All because you don't like a casting on a TV show.
Yeah, it's pure vindictiveness. That it was done completely out of spite. They did, you know. I mean, as I said, Clownfish TV covered that article.
Yeah,
and they were fine with that, but they're not fine with Noel because, you know, they think he's, you know, this hateful person, and he's not. The thing is that they, you know, rather than talking to him directly, the actual journalist, inverted commas, who wrote the article, made some hysterical tweet about, you know, Noel is tagging all these people into this video about my article, and he's going to incite a hate mob. And when Noel took down the video and did a stream on it, they came on, not them per se, but their people came on, their defenders came on as a hate mob on his stream. One of them made a homophobic jibe at me, and the crickets, nothing from that lot to decry what was said there. Nothing. Isn't it amazing?
And another thing they said, oh, you're bringing the hate mob to us now, trying to get your buddies on us.
Yeah, and what did they do? They incited a hate mob to come onto his stream.
Yeah, they're
totally unself-aware. It's incredible.
Nighttime. Have a good night.
Nighttime, Prophet.
Night. Cheers, dude. Good to speak to you, mate.
But yeah, they blamed him for the same thing they were doing. I hate that.
It's so hypocritical. You know, and they want to talk about artistic. The editor-in-chief was saying that he was plagiarizing the article. No, to plagiarize an article of somebody, you have to remove all markers of who wrote the story, where it was published, which he didn't. It was in the video. He didn't put it in text. He should have done that. But it wasn't plagiarism. He wasn't trying to claim it as his own article. Because, you know, on the video, you could see who wrote it. You could see where it was published. You know, It doesn't take a genius to go and work it out. So to make that accusation was false. And then they lied barefaced, saying if he did disseminate it with talking about it and all the rest of it, that would be fine. They said that, so he did that, and he put the link to the article in that live stream, in text, with the link, and he did as they requested, even after creating such a hoo-ha about him inciting a hate mob, which is utterly nonsense. And then they go and copyright strike it after he complied with them. You know, it's just disgusting.
They go, remember, because I was watching the response, and I said something to you about it. It was like, well, you put all your buddies, you tagged all your buddies in the
He does that with every video.
I actually said to them, I was like, if you ever read Noel's post, he tags everybody in his post like I do sometimes. Like, if you want somebody to know something, don't you tag your friends?
And he didn't incite any hate mob.
Yeah.
They incited a hate mob because they went onto the stream, they ratioed the shit out of the video with shitloads of dislikes. Yeah. And then came in trolling the crap out of him, trolled the crap out of me. As I said, you know, if you look at my pinned tweet on my account, it's got one of them saying something homophobic to me. And where are they to condemn that? Where are they to disavow that behavior? Nothing. No word. Silence. They're hypocrites. They're full of shit. They are the very hate mob that they claim Noel was inciting. They are the hate mob. They are the ones who came in to hate on him, to hate on me, to hate on everything, and to downvote the stream. And then after he did the stream, after he complied, but because I didn't like what he had to say, they copyright struck him. Even though Clownfish TV did a video on that article, no problem. So if they went after him, why didn't they go after Clownfish TV? Because they didn't give a shit. They just wanted to make to take Noel down. That's the only reason. It's disgusting. Yeah. Shameful. Absolutely shameful.
Horrific. It's just
no artistic or journalistic integrity whatsoever.
Yep.
And no one should. And these are the same people who defended the Gamergate situation. They were pro censorship for that as well. So all you need to know.
Wait, didn't the guy Ichibaka and who's the other one that finds out all the stuff? I think they looked into the stuff too.
Data Racer?
Yeah, Data Racer. I think they saw Noel's things and they looked it up too. I think really? Ichibaka did. I'm not sure.
Well, they should. I mean, the Phantom Menace should come together on stuff like this, because if they take down small channels like that, they're next. And it's like that. You know, Noel's channel, people like that, they're the buffer for the Phantom Menace. And frankly, the Phantom Menace does fuck all to defend the smaller channels. They don't. And I think I've called them out before on this. I know it's a loose affiliation of individuals and it's not a group per se, but come on, you've got this clout. You're not defending people. You're going after the big corporations, but you're not looking after your own. You're not looking after the smaller channels. You are ignoring them when they need your help. If only all they have to do is talk about what's going on. talk about these things. Talk about the fact that Noel's channel, who they're quite happy to take his stories, his rumors and speculation, and present that on their channels when it's useful to them. But when he's in need and he's in trouble, crickets, nothing. Where are the big channels defending Noel? Where are they? Where are they? It's almost as bad as if they're attacking him themselves. I really think that, you know, it's incumbent upon us all to say enough is enough. You know, if we're against this cancel culture and they're coming after one of your people, that you've taken their news and source information and presented it on your streams, and when he's in trouble, you don't say anything.
Hey,
Really?
Eric.
Yeah, I think it's terrible. Look, I'm not having a go at individual channels. I'm just saying, in general, we need to do more. We need to say more. We need to defend each other. We need to protect each other. We are there to look out for each other. That's what a community of people do, right? And when Noel's channel gets sunk like this, where's the voices? Where are they? It blows my mind, honestly. I don't know how else to communicate this, because I think it's incumbent upon all of us to band together. And you know, if one goes down, who's next? Yeah, it's all very well and good going after Disney and all these big names and all the rest of it, but you know, like this tiny bullshit fucking diabolical website that thinks it's a news source that copyrights its crap articles. You know, they came after Noel and nothing. No one said anything. I mean, what do you need to do?
It feels like you're pissing in the wind. Excuse me, French here, like all the time, because you need to start. As you said, we need to band together, group together. We need to get something organised. So,
Gary Doomcock, Memorandum, whoever else. All of these people should be talking about this. This should be.
We need to have some. We need to have a legal precedence or something behind us all to protect all the small YouTube channels, to allow them to do what they're doing.
They take his news, they take his source information, they report on it. That's great. But when it comes to that magazine copyright striking Noel's channel for reporting on a fucking article by these people who were involved in Gamergate, and no one says anything. I've tagged people. I've tagged the big YouTubers on this, and there's nothing. It's fucking crickets, and I can't understand that. It drives me up the fucking wall.
I want to say something, because I've seen this. What Chris said, Lee, I've been seeing the hypocritical Mecca. They constantly attack her, even though she's part of the rainbow, but her B status didn't matter because wrong thing. It's true, because I go on her channel a lot too. Yeah. These idiots attack, dude. She's part of the rainbow, and they attack her. Like,
because they attack me.
Yeah, and I know you're part of. I know you are too.
Given homophobic abuse.
Yeah, I know.
On Noel's stream by the incited hate mob that they claim that we are, even though it's on their side. And I go to look at people like Not My Doctor and all these people who claim to stand against toxic fandom and all the rest of it. Nothing was said about what happened to me, because I'm a wrong thinking gay, right? So that doesn't count, apparently. I find all this very distasteful. You know, I mean, I've seen them come after Eric July. I've seen them come after.
They came after him hardcore. Yeah, so much that they had him. He's not monetized no more. That's how hard they came after Eric K. And Eric K.
Another one.
They preach the truth over there on his channel. You know, so Eric July, he preaches the truth. They hate him.
In the loop, I'm just asking. Problem. A lot of these people you're talking about, none of the big ones have even, contacted Noel or gotten with him or anything.
I don't know if they've contacted him. He hasn't told me that, I think Bolstrek may have spoken to, because you know him and Bolstrek.
Well, he did say something.
But I mean, why this isn't a topic of discussion? Why this isn't mentioned in streams or videos? I don't understand it. I think this is important. You know, if they come from Noel, they copyright strike him for covering an article. His channel gets taken down for, well, I assume for 10 days. I hope it's only for 10 days.
I hope
but,
it's only 10
I mean,
days
that's a power being exercised and abused. And Clownfish, as I said, Clownfish TV covered this, the same article, but they didn't come after them because they didn't have any issue with them personally. This was personal. That was an abuse of power. And again, they were involved in Gamergate because the previous editor-in-chief got kicked out over it or something like that. I don't know the full story, but I Wikipedia'd them or whatever and found more information on that. And this guy, the editor-in-chief, came after Noel personally and me after I defended Noel. And of course, we all got blocked by these people who then went on to do this.
I was telling Lee the other night, I haven't even talked to some of these people and they blocked me.
Yeah, well, they've got these, block lists.
Blockchains.
Blockchains.
I've never talked to any of them and I got blocked.
Guilty by association. This is what these crazy people do. They're not interested in nuance or the fact that even though you might follow someone, you might have your own opinions and different opinions. But hey, it saves you time having to do it yourself, doesn't it? So good riddance. Who gives a shit? But as I say, I think the absolute air silence on Noel's channel being struck this way is breathtaking. Whenever he's got something that they want, with Doctor Who News and Rumour, Noel's like, oh yeah, Noel's great. And then this happens, nothing. I just don't understand that mentality. I thought we belonged to a community where we looked after each other. And when someone like Noel, who's been useful on a slow news day to some of these YouTubers, why are they not coming out in his defense? Why are they not speaking out? Why are they not saying anything? Yes, Noel isn't Disney. Noel wasn't taken down by Disney. He was taken down by some crummy ass, stupid fucking up its own ass magazine that makes clickbait articles. But surely that kind of abuse of power and using YouTube's copyright striking facility to do this kind of thing needs to be called out. They need to be called out big time. And I urge the bigger channels to look at this and not ignore this and not think, oh, it's got nothing to do with me. Yes, it does. Because if it happens to Noel, it can happen to you as well. And that needs to be addressed. They need a spotlight shone so fucking hard on them that they never do that again.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Yeah.
I mean, I would like to see the Gary and Az and people like that covered.
And they should be covering this. I'm calling them out now. I'm saying you need to cover this. You need to be there for Noel. Noel's been good to you. You've been great to Noel. But for heaven's sake, this kind of thing cannot fly. This kind of thing cannot go unreported by us. It can't. They have to cover this. They should be covering this. Shouldn't even have to ask them. They should know that this is going on, and they should find the time to say something, even if it's like a 5-minute piece in a stream or whatever, anything. But this kind of stuff needs to be reported. It's news. For me, it's newsworthy. Yes, I'm directly involved. I'm directly linked to Noel, but I don't say this for my benefit. I'm saying this because I think that this is important. This is big. And I think that it's incumbent upon. I think too many things are left to go fly in the wind.
Yeah.
It's not a big channel, so it doesn't matter. If it happened to one of the big channels, it'll be all over the shop. But it's all well and good telling people that they should go and set up their own Fandom Menace channels and grow. But if they grow and they get picked off one by one, what's the fucking point? What's the point? If you're encouraging people, but you're not there to defend them when they're attacked, what's the point? They need backup. Noel needs your help. He needs everyone's help. It shouldn't matter if it's Noel or Gary or Az or another smaller or YouTuber or Mecha Random or whoever. We should all call this shit out. It's incumbent upon all of us to do that, because, as you know, it's like the old poem says. You know, the first they came for the trade unionists. You know, first, then no one was there left to speak for me. You know, that's how it starts, and you know, and these people are more emboldened now than ever. It's going to get like crazy with this.
Oh yeah, over the next 4 years, it's going to be bad.
So that's why it needs calling out now. So
it's going to get worse.
We can shine a light on those arseholes. The whatever they're called, the Escapist magazine. We need to shine a light on them, so we make an example out of them. So you come after one of our own again, we're coming after you, figuratively, right? Yeah. Otherwise, if it lets go, if they let it go, and it, you know, who's it going to happen to next? How often is this going to start happening before people sit up and take notice? I think it needs to be addressed, and that I can't repeat that anymore. This is how I feel about it.
No, I don't blame you at all, man.
It makes me angry. This has happened before, and I got really angry when all the shit was going down with these trolls who were affecting Noel and his wife, and no one said anything.
Well,
and I got angry, especially then I called it out. I'm doing it again, and I'm getting more angry because I keep seeing nothing changes.
And especially what they send stuff to Noel's wife. They
shamed his wife, and no one said anything.
There was a ton of stuff that people don't know about, that me and Lee know about, that was just, you wouldn't want it to happen to your family members.
No, right?
And no one says anything.
You know.
Because it doesn't, because I'm all right, Jack. That's not good enough. Sorry, that's not good enough. That is so not good enough. I'm sick to the hind teeth of this kind of aloof attitude. I'm all right. I'm sitting on my Mount Olympus. I got my followers. I got my clicks. I've got my subs. I got my super chat cash. Yes, of course, they've got their own problems. I understand that completely. And of course, I can't keep an eye on absolutely anything. But there are plenty of people around them who can draw attention to that and should be drawing attention to it. Because this kind of stuff needs to be discussed. It needs to be highlighted, because this affects us all.
It's always the little guy. It's always the little guy getting the stick all the time.
But when the little guy's gone, what's left?
Well, if the little guy gets hit, that means they're just going to go up to the next level.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to start from the bottom and go to the top.
If they let this fly, without mentioning it, without drawing attention to it, I think it's irresponsible. I think it is newsworthy. I think it is something that should be brought to attention. I think the Escapist magazine needs to be highlighted and shown for the vindictive, evil bastards that they are.
Yeah, they need to be called out.
They need to be called out because they're going to do this again. Whenever they write another clickbait article, anyone dares to report on it in a negative light, they're going to come for you. And they're going to copyright strike your channel just for covering it.
Yeah.
You know, that is scary shit right there. That can't Friley, Noel has appealed it.
We're just waiting to hear back something from it. So,
but in those 10 days, he can't access his channel. He can't. You know, bearing in mind,
I will say this. I will say this. I wanted Lee to be. I wanted Noel to be here. Like, Noel. Like, I got to be honest, and I've said this to Lee, and I even said this to Retro, and I think you've heard me say it too, Clobberin. Noel, and I would say this: Noel, Lee, Lethal. Those are the guys that have been looking out for me, like helping me get along, letting me figure things out. I can't forget where I started out because I started out on Noel's channel.
Well, like yourself, I'm grateful for what Noel has done, because he's allowed us fans
Yeah.
to actually, we've got a great little community. There's some fantastic people I've met, really wonderful people, brilliant.
That's the
And
thing that
it's,
attracted me to Noel's channel in the first
Yeah,
place, was
yeah,
that
No, and I
he
will
opened
say
the
this.
floor to everybody to come
Yeah,
on if they
yeah.
wanted to talk. Totally unique.
Noel is the starting point, and that's how channels take off.
Yeah.
Did you think
wonderful
I've been
chap.
debating whether or not to do this for a long time, but I started doing it because I was on Noel's channel a lot.
Yeah.
Then I'm
yeah.
like, hey, I like this. I want to do this. I want to make people happy. I want to make them forget about all the bad shit in the world that's going on right now and give them some, good vibes and,
That's
feel a
what it
little
was
bit.
like. That's what it was like for me, because I was just
Yeah.
like, after Peter McCall, he went,
Yeah.
and then I felt like I was wandering around in a wilderness, and I sort of tried watching Series 11, and it just didn't do it for me. I thought, what is this I'm watching? And it was like a little voice at the back of my head going, why do I not like this? It's Doctor Who. Why do I not like it? And then I got to the end of Series 11, and I just that's it. I stopped watching it because it just gone to it just.
And then you found Noel's channel.
Yeah,
and here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Again,
there was one day where Noel said, anybody who's anybody can come on if you're upset about the show. Lee, you remember that day because that was the first day I ever came on. Like I was talking in chat for months, but I didn't say anything that much. But that day I finally got on, and I let it go. You let it go. Bull let it go too.
And that's why we can't afford to lose Noel's channel, because it is so unique amongst all of the Fandom Menace channels because of that level of interaction. Because people can just come on every Thursday, have their 15 minutes to speak their mind about Doctor Who or whatever else there is.
Is there anything we can do? Is there anything we could do as a community?
We can
urge
support
you to try and get all the other bigger YouTubers to cover this. I think it needs to be covered. I would urge you, if you've got any way of contacting the bigger YouTube channels and say this really should be covered by, if you could just shine a light on this, because if this happens to him, it can happen to anyone.
But I want to say suddenly, we don't hate Deer, we don't hate Dukant, we don't hate Ashley. No, we love those guys, because without those guys, we would not have
They might simply just not be aware because they've got so much on their plate.
Gary has a ton of shit on his plate right now.
But there are plenty of people around them who can, who can draw their attention, who can say, look, you really need to cover that. This is important. Because I think it's important. If I think it's important, I'm sure others will feel the same way.
Yeah, it's tough to get to all these guys. I mean, they're, like I say, so many people trying to get info to them. I mean, I know Gary is going to be doing one of his Whovian streams soon, and it might come. I'm sure he'll have Noel there because he's going to have a lot of people there now.
Yeah, because
come up. So
I wanted to have Noel on today, but he doesn't feel like it, and he's banned.
But
so
Gary,
and
those guys care, but we just got to get the info too. For sure.
Yeah, because like I said, I started out on Noel's channel, and then I've been on Rabbi's channel. I've been kicking it with Lethal. I'm over on Tom's channel, and like maybe whenever he does stuff, and I say this, no matter how big you forget, you can't forget where you started out at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So,
yeah.
And Friday, look, Fandom Menace doesn't hate for the sake of hate, right?
Yeah.
We have our critical faculties in place, right? We know when we're being dished out crap, and we call it out. And as for copyrighted articles, I'm sorry, if you are calling yourself a journalist and you produce information or an opinion piece and expect it not to be disseminated, why would you write it? It was it was fairly. I say it was fair use. I've got the usual.
Yeah, it was fair use.
There we go. Look.
Yeah, it starts. Jeez.
Who is this piece of dribble?
This is what I'm talking about.
Hey, you little piece of crap, you cowardly punk. Roblox Doctor Who.
That's Clive Rimmer right there, or one of his crew. Yeah. See, this is kind of thing that needs to be called. I mean, it's absolutely disgraceful. Okay, and you want to talk about us hating?
See,
How
and here
about
I
that?
will say something. Chris is right. Okay, Chris is the linchpin of like most of the channel. Chris is seeing this right now, too. You know, he's the wrench of all wrenches, right? He even sees this right now.
You know, little creep.
Yeah.
Toad.
Piece of little. Oh God. I hope he.
Don't keep that on the screen, please.
No, it accidentally hit. I was muting him.
Shit. I hope you hear me enough to know that you're a little cowardly piece of shit by yourself in your parents' basement, scumbag.
Why?
Thank you, Chris, for your help.
Thanks, Chris.
Please report that.
I appreciate it. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
little scum.
Heather, what we were gonna say, I was gonna say, yeah, Chris is the ultimate wrench, and I appreciate. Thank you for your help. Here we got.
Who's this other jackass?
Yeah, and they even brought Cheryl's name into this one.
Put that up there.
I'm not.
No, don't.
Little piece of trash. They found you, man. Look, your first stream, and then the controls are finding you. That's better than. Yeah, most people.
You know.
All you got to do is even, mention Doctor Who, I guess.
Yeah.
Fuck off, Clive. We know who you are.
Yeah, Clive, a real man, huh? What a little piece of filth. Glad Noel got struck. And there's another piece of crap. So what I'm not going to say your name. The Retarded Zone official YouTube. That's
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Fuck that.
Yes.
You're proud of yourselves. You got nothing better to do with your time? Wow. Wait, dude, your first stream, you're getting trolled.
I know. I guess I arrived. I'm getting trolled now, huh?
I've been doing this since the summer on YouTube anyway.
Yeah.
I don't think I've been trolled. Now I feel left out. What a bunch of little pieces of shit, man. I don't even know if you should even tell Noel about that. But he needs to know, I guess. That they're after. He probably
Eric K. Yeah, I know. Brother, I understand, Eric K. It's okay. We got Chris, we got Eric K. That's the reason why I give you guys wrenches, too, because, I know you guys are all over wrenches. Good job.
Pathetic.
But, yeah.
What kind of loathsome creature does stuff like that? They must be so miserable in their own soul.
Oh, I know, disaster, right?
Welcome to streaming, Jay.
Yeah, I know, right? Well, I've streamed on Twitch before, and they're 10 times worse over there. So, and I will say what Jeremy said when he was on this, because I go over there at Geeks and Gaming stream. Okay, you had to have some thick skin on the Xbox 360 back in those days when you would play Call of Duty and Halo 2. You had to have some thick skin or you would get ate up alive.
Here's the thing, though. You can talk about me all day long, and I'm sure Noel's the same way. Say what the shit you want about me. You're talking about my wife, you little piece of trash. That's beyond it. Say whatever you want about me.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate it.
Way to go, Chris. These are cowards.
And they didn't need to bring Cheryl into this. That's
what I'm saying.
Disrespectful.
That's the kind of creeps we're talking about. They can't even just go after Noel. They're going to go after his wife. That's absolute garbage, man.
Yeah, it's pathetic. Bored kids.
Oh, listen, there's another one. Oh, you little piece of trash. You got another piece of scum in there. They're coming out in droves now.
Yeah, no.
Going after Probby now. I'm sure you feel honored.
Oh, that's how they get their kicks.
Man.
Anyway, fuck them.
Yeah. So.
Loathsome creeps. Yeah.
Anyway, okay, switching the topic, because I know we're going to talk about this over on your channel, Clobbern. But, okay, I want to bring this up because, while we're here, who have seen Who have seen WandaVision here?
No, I haven't.
No, not yet.
Okay,
I've been thinking. I've got the ability to watch it, and again, obviously, I've listened to Rabbi's discussion about it.
Okay.
So I'm wondering whether what I know, because I know as found it okay. So
yeah,
probably it's sort of like 50-50 at the moment. I mean,
okay, I will say this, and because I was going nuts because I wanted to be in Tom's stream the other day because they didn't have a comic book guy in there.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Hey Tom, I'm comic book guy. I'm in one of the comic book guys." See what Greek apology said. The one in Arabic said his life. So, but I will say this because I've been piping, and I'm going to say that I'm going to be talking about it over on your stream too, Clobbern. Yeah, we're going to have a long discussion over there. But I will say this. I like it because there was so much comic book Easter eggs in there.
Yeah.
Okay? There were so many comic book, and I hope that it continues going on, but this may be the way of the SCU. I hope it isn't, and I think it's going to be a reverse House of M. You know, where she said no more mutants, because I can't say that because you guys, Retro, you've seen the spoilers and everything, right? You said you were on you said you've been on Az's channel.
Yeah.
Clobbern, you've seen it already, right?
Yes, and last night on Loki's channel, which I'm on Tuesday nights with him, Fat Steven Seagal did a real great breakdown. You gotta go if you can go find his channel. I don't have a link.
Oh, wait, I'm subscribed to the guys.
Okay, good. Well, he's doing a video and everything. He did, but if you go on Loki's from last night, he's done some great work on the Easter eggs and different things like that.
Oh yeah, there were so many Easter eggs in there. There's like the grim. Well, problem Lee doesn't care because he's probably not going to watch it anyway. So we're kind of safe.
I mean, but if you're not interested, that's cool.
Yeah, okay.
It's like an interesting concept that I just don't have access to.
Yeah, so we're safe. We're safe now because everybody on the panel has either seen it, and Retro's gone through all the spoilers and everything already. So.
Yeah, we'll give you spoilering tomorrow if you want. You're all groomers, so.
Yeah, I'm gonna be on his channel tomorrow. Is it gonna be tomorrow night or later on
we'll do it
night?
in the daytime tomorrow if you want, but we'll set that up later when I.
Oh yeah, we'll set it. We'll talk about that later.
What is a nuts? Do I want to know?
No.
Ace Creeper, well named, you.
Yeah.
No, they're just using other channels' accounts. They're just sock puppet accounts, so they're making it look like they're from these other YouTubers, which is fallacious. But it's what they do. It's what they do. That's what they do for fun because obviously they can't get laid.
Well, Jed,
Huh?
Jed, I'm proud of you, man. And your first stream, getting all that troll and stuff, dude.
Means you're doing something right.
Yeah. Okay, what was it? Somebody said if you don't have somebody mad at you half of the time, you ain't doing something right.
I've done a lot of right in my life, then.
Yeah, I know, right? And there's people that are pissed at Az, people pissed at Gary, people pissed at Doomcock, people are pissed at Tom, and like all these other, So if you don't have somebody pissed off at you, you ain't doing something.
Let me tell you something. You want to make an enemy? Have an opinion.
Yeah. Well, especially nowadays,
A critical opinion.
Yeah.
A critical opinion is what I should say. You should modify that a little bit.
Yeah.
Because there are people that this just proves it, and Noel is living proof of it. You can have an opinion on something as innocuous as a goddamn TV show.
Here's the thing. We don't go over their channels and like do all this and like say do something to somebody's wife and do stuff like to that. Okay.
do we even remember the old days when you used to be able to discuss stuff and go, no,
Oh, that feels like it was like 30 years ago, you know?
It's like,
When adults could be adult, yeah.
it's like, well, no, I didn't think much of that scene. I didn't think it was acted very well.
I think during the I think Az said it the best yesterday while they're doing the bag and boarding. I think Az said it the best. They're like, "Will you guys do a member stream where you guys just talk like normal?" And Az goes, "Okay, we don't talk anything that's bad. We just talk like normal human beings with real opinions and stuff. It's nothing that people would want to hear. It's just we talk like normal, decent human beings. You know,
chatting with your mates down the pub.
Yeah,
another one. Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's it. They're like a spout.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They got their little Discord server and they go
cockroaches, absolute cockroaches. But yeah, you could imagine when you could say, I really like this show that I just watched. Yeah. You said, I thought it kind of sucked. Really, you didn't like it? Why? Well, that's cool. I like to keep people live.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could have a discussion about something openly. You could agree to disagree on something.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really good friends with Lethal. Lethal didn't like WandaVision. Okay. Lethal and I think Saturday morning I may be on Rhino's show Saturday morning. But they didn't like the first 2 episodes because they said there wasn't too much and they didn't understand. And I was telling them, it's like, and I can understand that.
I do understand.
I can understand that because, me and Lethal don't agree. Like, everybody thinks me and Lethal agree on everything because we play Avengers and we actually played Cyberpunk. Him, on the other hand, I love Cyberpunk still. I won't admit it. I'm like almost 100 hours into the game.
Yeah.
He turned it in to got his refund and said Cyberpunk to go take a hike. But me and him do agree. But that's how friends are. You're not going to agree on everything.
No.
No.
Dude, I'm doing a show soon called Unpopular Opinions. I have some opinions that if you knew what they were, you'd be mad at me. I have some.
You know what? I have that. You know what? Bring me on for an episode of that, and we'll do that. I don't care.
I've got some opinions. I go, man, this would trigger some motherfuckers.
I know. I have the opinions too. Like,
I'm talking just geek stuff too. I'm not even talking about politics.
Yeah. Okay.
You hate that? I can't believe you hate that, or you like that? What's wrong with you? Okay. I'll say one right now, and this may trigger somebody. Some of the Snyder Cut stuff, and especially the New 52. Bloody Superman outfit. I'm the biggest Snyder hater in the world. You know that.
Okay, I will say this. I like some Snyder stuff. I don't like some Snyder stuff. I was one of the few people. The only parts what was that one Snyder did? That movie. What was that movie he did? With the girls.
Punch, piece of crap.
Sucker Punch. Yeah.
Sucker Punch is a piece of
I like the only part of Sucker Punch I liked was the action sequences.
The best bit was the thing with the Björk and Skunk and Nancy track, which I love.
They actually had a real life anime part at one point. It turned into like a real life anime. I thought that was pretty cool. Some people go, that was full of crap, and that was terrible. I was like, yeah, that's your opinion, man.
If you disagree with that, so you should be canceled. I hate you. But
I didn't like all that other part. But to find out at the end of the movie, she's like, and that they were in like mines and other stuff. Because you never could tell when it was the movie or when they would go into like the alternate reality. Because they had you guessing throughout the whole movie sometimes. They're like, okay, are they in real stuff or,
Well, the hate I used to get from the Snyder bots after my trash Man of Steel.
I ripped it apart too because remember I left Facebook for a bit. Because I got so much Snyder book. Hey, I was just like
remember there was this dude with this video channel that was obsessed with my hatred of that movie and was making videos about me.
Clobbrin.
Oh
do
no,
you
you're
remember?
not allowed to have
Do
an
you
opinion.
remember?
Okay.
I still
Good
have the.
Lord, no.
I still have. Yeah. I still have the new 52 group, what the fuck group. But do you know how much hate that group got? Remember that?
God, yeah, they were pissed at us.
Oh yeah, and I think you're still in there as an admin. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
But yeah, I haven't gone on there, but I don't mess with it all that much. But okay, on my original account, that's how I knew Clobbrin from. But me and Clobber have known each other for like maybe 10 years. And when the new 52 came out, we came out in force. We're like, okay, yeah, Clark wouldn't do that, because in ways, me and him are comic book purists. Okay? Huh?
Man of Steel is filth to me. I
Yeah.
mean, the only movie I hate, there are only 4 movies I hate more than that. No, maybe one. Only one, Last Jedi. So, yeah. Only one movie I hate more than that. Sorry. That's the only one. So, anyway.
Hey. I was gonna say, hey, Geek, do you want to come on right now, man? You can come on the stream right now if you want to.
Point being, hey, man, look, why can't we have differing opinions and just get along with each other?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a female doctor.
Geek, I'll send you the link right now.
There you go.
If you want it. Are you on Facebook? Oh wait, Clobbern, do you have him as a friend? Because I don't have him as a friend.
No, I don't know. I know
who has Geek as a friend on the one of the things?
Twitter or whatever.
Yeah.
But I can't.
I think I have you on Twitter. Okay, look up my name on Twitter, and then I'll send you the link, and you can come on right now. Okay.
Yeah. There's another one.
Okay. Yeah, there's another one.
Subscribe to who?
Send me send me a thing on my Twitter, okay?
So shit with that.
And I'll give you the link.
Scum. You an absolute piece of trash. I'm not saying your whole name, but you can go fuck yourself. No, you probably enjoy it too much.
Just a second. If I disappear, guys.
I got you.
Okay.
We got you back.
I hope you're proud of yourself. Look at all these pieces of trash.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure Jed did not expect this today.
Oh, no. Oh, Sam followed me. Wow. Thank you, brother.
We are Whitehead Ross. Okay. You are Whitehead Ross. Well, it's good. Whoever that is. One of my favorite people. I don't know who it is.
I've sent him the link.
Oh,
okay, thank you. Thank you, Lee.
We'll end us all. Whitehead Ross must have real powers. It's like Galactus, right?
Go away, child. Honestly. Fuck off.
When he comes in here, I'll let him in.
You know, if they didn't say such vile shit and they just trolled, it'd be. I mean, like, that's funny.
Yeah, but you remember back in the day when he's like, "Your mom sucks," or she blows some apples, or some stuff like that. Yeah.
On Blackout Radio, when trolls would call in and fuck around with me, I would rate their troll. I would listen to it. I would let them think they got me, and I'd go, okay, then we're gonna rate this and see how good he did. And some of them were pretty good. Like they really.
Okay. Does anybody remember the program In Player?
What?
Does anybody remember the program In Player?
Can't say I do.
Oh, we used to troll on there, and we told like jokes and all this other stuff. Are you okay now, Chris? Lee, did you send him the link?
To Geek Topology.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm Andy Finch. No one knows who you are. Who gives a shit either? Andy Finch, you're a pussweed who got beat up too much in kindergarten.
Oh, bless.
AKA the Dickens son. Oh, man. You guys must really be impressed with yourselves like we're supposed to know who you are.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hey.
Pablo.
Hey, how are you doing?
What's
I
up,
have
brother?
seen there's some little shit trying to do some. I don't know what is he trying to do on the chat. What does this accomplish? Because we
it's
know
because
who
we were talking
he's-
about Noel. You know?
They're taking a
Yeah.
stab at Noel because when he's not here,
Yeah.
he's not here. Because they're real brave.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Oh no, I'm not Mexican. I'm Ecuadorian, and you are a racist cunt since you don't know that.
What are you doing on a Mexican?
Yeah, man. I have been called beaner. I'm okay with that. I have been called Mexican. I'm okay with that. I have been called Latinx. That crap won't fly with me.
Latinx. That's just the most terrible thing I've ever seen.
I
Latinx.
visited Mexico. I love Mexico. How can that even be remotely be an insult? You know?
Yeah, I know, but Latinx is like, well, I may need protection from yourself about how I call myself. Why? I call myself a Latino. If you don't want call me a Latino, call me an Ecuadorian. If you want to call me Latinx, go fuck yourself.
I love how there was online. There was something about how they had to translate what Latinx meant in Spanish because people didn't know what it was.
Oh right, there was another article where they were saying people didn't care, and they're like people that were Latin didn't care. They're just like, why are you bothering us with this crap for?
Yeah, this is what we use with us. Why? This, I don't get this intense desire to protect someone from you. First of all, what do you have to be so dangerous towards us? Because one little shit that needs to go into a chat to spread whatever nonsense he wants to spread.
This is literally
you are
one
so
kid,
low life.
and his channel is Clive Rimmer, and he's a dark little shit on YouTube, and he thinks he's highly intellectual, and it's embarrassing.
Okay, if you want to be highly intellectual, come and debate my opinions on Nietzsche, on Machiavelli, on Sun Tzu and the Art of War. Come on. I invite you to discuss, let's say, something that you will call perfectly non-racist. Let's say Don Quixote de la Mancha.
Emo brat who probably like sits there slicing at his thighs all day long, you know, that kind of.
So come and discuss Don Quixote de la Mancha with me and show me you are an erudite. You are someone with a high level of intellect. But
he pulls the wings off the spiders, you know, that kind of thing. Yeah, not spiders, flies. And
I will get him trying to rip the wings out of spiders. He will be looking for the wings on the spider. Trust me.
I'm not mocking self-harm. I think you're mocking yourself, quite frankly. Goodbye.
This is self-harm.
I think you're self-harming just by being here.
Yeah. Have you ever been into a fight? That's an easy way to put this. If you have been into a fight, you don't want to be in fights. You know how much it hurts to be hidden, kicked, even cut. So you won't get into a fight because
self-harm is bad, and I should be ashamed for saying anything about it. Yet you can come on here and laugh about rape.
Yeah, rape.
Or talk about somebody's wife, you know?
Right. Who isn't even here. Right. So you're a bit mental.
Cheryl wasn't even here. This is how messed up it is, Pablo. Noel and Cheryl haven't even been on the stream, and they bring her up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is your first stream. How even to say retroactively he's mad about something? About what? You have done one stream. Is this one?
I know, right?
I think we've given them enough oxygen for one day,
Yeah.
so let's just ignore
So
it.
now you
It's fun to laugh about someone,
now you all go
especially
do a
if.
stream and mention Noel and see what happens.
Yeah.
Ah,
It's
yeah.
amazing,
So
isn't
so
it?
Pablo, I
Yeah.
want to ask you,
Sure.
you watched a lot of Tom Baker, right?
I have seen a lot of Tom Baker, but not enough. I haven't seen every
Shame on
single
you.
episode. Yeah, because uh, I I have tried to go chronologically through to the whole Doctor Who series,
Mm-hmm.
starting with Colonel, but
No one knows what no scoped is. Fuck off, you twat.
it's it's ridiculous at one point trying to go chronologically because there's so much good stories and there's some
Yeah.
filler, and
Yeah.
sometimes it's like Naruto, you need to watch the good ones and the rest, well, forget the rest.
Yeah,
So
it's like that on Dragon Ball Z too,
yeah, exactly.
and Super. There's like some really good stories, and some of them just filler. It's just bad.
Yeah.
Even though Doctor Who gets to a point, it's almost like One Piece. It's too damn long and with too many filler arcs. So at one point, it's like, okay, it's part for the ride, but maybe I will turn up again other time because there's even the in the first Doctor, the Mongolian arc, and I know it's only the audios because I don't know if those ones are the ones that rooted or the ones that got burned.
Well,
There's so many
here's
lost
the funny
episodes.
thing, and correct me if I'm wrong, guys. It was a woman that came up with Doctor Who, right, guys?
Yep.
Well,
Okay.
no, it was
Sydney
Sydney. Oh God, my brain.
Newman.
Yeah, Sydney Newman, a
Yeah.
Canadian, who came up with the idea, but it was Verity Lambert who
Yeah.
expounded upon it. She sort of fleshed out the character. So I would say Verity Lambert was probably equally important
Mm-hmm.
in creating the
That's
Doctor.
right.
But it was the initial idea was
Newman.
Sydney's, but she
Yeah.
really put the flesh on the bones.
And everybody gets mad, and they don't realize that a woman helped bring Doctor Who into existence.
Yeah, and that's the
Yeah.
thing. It's like they accuse us of being sexist and all this
If
other
you
stuff.
want-
It's like, no, because we never had a problem with
Yeah.
that before. It's the way
Nobody
that
ever
it's-
said anything bad about that, you know?
If you want the quality, just watch the original series, the original run from Hartnell. It is the Doctor, it is Susan, it is Martha, and it is them. I forgot the name of.
Dr. Dean and Barbara at first, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's two women, two men,
Not good
all
enough.
the time, and some of the recurring characters that you will find out there. A lot of them are women, and the good ones are mostly women.
Still paper. Still
In
paper.
the Fourth Doctor's run, you have the military, and it's a bit more complex how they treat every single episode. But on the first run, you have this, I don't know, this innocence there.
Yeah.
They don't care about who's in charge of anything. They don't care who does anything. And the Doctor is childish. The companions actually fucked up a lot in the Maya's arc. Actually, is everybody else who fucks up. The Doctor is the one telling them, "Okay, guys, we should not do anything here. You want to stop the sacrifices? Well, we can't stop the sacrifices. You want to give these people vaccines? Sorry, at this time there was no vaccines. And Susan, please shut up about you being free to marry
I know,
whoever you want, because here you will get killed." Also, there was this question. Yeah, what's my favorite Tom Baker story? I will say Genesis of the Daleks, but only
Yes.
because Davros
yeah,
is
yeah.
fucking amazing.
Yeah, that's
Just-
my favorite
Yeah.
episode of all Who too.
Yeah.
That's my favorite.
And Pablo, he came. Michael Wish, who played Davros, the original Davros in Genesis, came to my school to
Ooh.
talk to us. So yeah,
Yeah.
Wow.
I was so lucky that my Doctor Who club at school was probably the best in the country. We had John Nathan Turner, we had Louise Jameson, who played Leela. We had Nicholas Courtney, the Brigadier, came to visit us. We had Terence Dix visit us, the writer.
That's
We were
amazing.
spoiled. Yeah, we
Yeah.
went to the BBC. We went to the dress rehearsals for Ghostlight, and we went to see the stage play, The Ultimate Adventure, with John Pertwee playing the Doctor.
Oh wow!
We went backstage and we got to meet him, and he talked to us and signed autographs, and he was absolutely fantastic. He was obviously very tired, and he was very patient with us because we didn't know what to say, because he was just
Yeah.
we're all starstruck. We're just staring at him.
Man,
Oh god!
I can't
yeah, it's
imagine how it is. Look, I have seen people from Star Wars, from some other shows, from Constantine and such, but from
Mhm.
Doctor Who, man. From Doctor Who is. Look, I got into Doctor Who 10 years ago. This Spanish guy that lives in my city used to speak about the show, so I got a few episodes. Actually, the first episode I ever saw was Rose.
That's not a bad episode to see it the first
Yeah,
time.
it's a great introduction.
That's
to
a
the
great
Doctor.
episode. I love
Yeah.
that episode.
And I remember it was 2011 when was this huge event called the Campus Party. It's a bunch of geeks inside of a place for 5 days, sleeping there and doing a lot of stupid things, to be honest. But yeah, there I tried for the first time because we had 3 gigabytes of internet, 3 gigabytes of bandwidth.
Ooh.
I tried to download the whole Doctor Who series, and then
Oh wait! Are you saying the whole series or
The
just
whole
season
series.
one?
no, the
Wow.
whole
Do you
series.
know how many gigs that is?
No, it's
It's a storage.
250 gigabytes. I have
Yeah, did
every single episode right now. Every single episode that has been discovered. Because, at some point, if everything goes to shit, I will still have my hard drive.
That is awesome.
Great. Brilliant.
That's great. Yeah, I mean,
So-
what else
So
do you need?
Pablo,
Yep.
yeah, Pablo, who's your favorite Doctor out of all the Doctors?
Hartnell. Actually, my favorite episode as a whole is the Firemaker. The Cave of Skulls arc, because there's this small interchange with the Doctor, and Ian, and one caveman, where the caveman is, you will teach me to make fire.
So,
Well, yes, we will teach you. But you should get everyone else here so they all learn how to
Yeah.
make fire. And he's, no, only the fire maker can be chief. Well, where we come from, the fire maker is the less important person in the whole world because everyone knows how to make fire.
Yeah.
And I'm a developer. I'm a software developer. Never got an engineering degree, and a lot of my work has been with open source software. So every time I go somewhere and I say, "Why don't you install this program?" Well, we don't have money. No, it's free.
Yeah.
And you can actually
there's a ton
contribute
of
with
stuff
this.
out there that's free that
Yeah,
people
I'm
don't know about.
I learned Blender, over this
Yeah.
period, and that's free open source.
So
Yeah.
at this
Buggy as
point,
fuck.
software is the fire. Software is the fire for our current society. And spreading the knowledge of how to make fire will bring us to a level where everyone is in the same place as the chief. So what do we do now that everyone is at the same level? Well, maybe we can try something bigger.
Yeah, think outside the box.
Yeah, if every single human right now knew how to do the kind of software that they need for their daily lives, you will see this planet change drastically because everyone.
My friend said, actually, sorry to interrupt, but my friend, former friend, said in the school curriculum, every child should be taught how to hack.
Yes.
And then you build a national firewall that no one can penetrate because everyone will know how to hack and how to code, right? So like everyone would, you'd have a national grid of protection, and you become the most fortified nation on earth if you put it to the national curriculum.
The best defense against hacking is hacking.
I know.
If anyone enters into your PC, it's a open gateway to their PC, so you can actually attack. You can sabotage any step of the process because some people will have relay proxies and VPNs. You can send every bit of that information to a gay porn webpage. I have done that.
Really? Wow.
So the Chinese that tried to attack my server.
Yeah, they've attacked me after I criticized them. Like within a few minutes, I had my Instagram account, which I never really used ever, was infiltrated by someone in China. It's like, fucking hell.
Those infiltrations are actually our fault because we keep the same usernames and passwords throughout a lot of services. If one service is compromised, every single service is compromised.
Yeah.
So let's say 10 years ago, you opened your account, you forgot to ever change the password. Well, your Gmail got hacked 5 years ago. Current day, someone has the information to access your Instagram account. It's that easy. So most of the time it's us that got reckless, set our information in some service to download something. You always need to give your email and set a password for some little thing, some irrelevant thing. And then a few years later, why am I hacked? Well, because you gave your credentials to someone.
Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, I hate to break in there, but I'm going to have to bounce. I have to go do something for my mother and father to help them out with some stuff. Jed, thank you for having me on, bro. It's been a pleasure.
Clovering, good to see you.
Yes, good to see you. Geek Topology. I know we bumped into each other before. I know you're friends with Polly, right?
Yeah, and I have been in Jake this, and I was once in Friday Night Tights.
It's great to finally meet you and hang out with you. And same deal with you, Retro Dicky. Hey, buddy.
Yeah,
it's great to meet you.
Lovely to have spoken to you, mate. Yeah, awesome.
We shall do it again, Sir Probby.
Gotta have our Invisible Man stream.
That would be something, wouldn't it? We're talking about David McCallum, of course.
Yeah, definitely.
That would be fun. Absolutely. Probably. I hope I get to hang with you again soon, man. If you talk to Noel, give him my regards. I don't know if you're going to tell him all about this insanity that went on today, but give him my regards if you do, man. I hope he gets back.
Much love to your parents, and I hope.
Thank you, I appreciate that, man. Jed, you there? I don't want to leave it out. Jed, no, when I'm gone, maybe he's busy.
I don't know what he's doing.
Hey, buddy, you're alive? Wake up, man. I'm burning my mouth over your toad right now. You're not saying anything. What's going on? Ribbit. I hate to leave without him knowing. If you guys could tell him for me, because I got to scoot. I got to go.
No worries.
I'll talk to him tomorrow. So.
Will do.
Thank you all so much again. Pablo, Problem Being, Retro Dicky, and the great Jed, and Eric, and Chris Persia, and Disaster, and all the other fantastic people except for the jackasses who came in. Later again.
Take care,
Cheers,
man. Take care,
dude. Take care.
Clobby.
man.
See you later.
Awesome.
And there goes Clobby.
Hey.
So we've lost Jed. Jed's off on a, like, I don't know. Is he going off for a, like, sabbatical or?
He's a zombie
Meditation.
toad. We spoke about spiders and flies.
Yes.
He got hungry.
I think so. Yeah, he's
It's got off for a large gin again, probably. That's what it is.
There's a plan. Like a man with a plan.
Yes. A bottle of Jack Daniels.
Oh, honey Jack Daniels. Oh, dude.
Yeah. Just got one resting in the fridge.
I got so wasted on New Year's.
That stream was awesome.
Oh god,
so
singing
brilliant.
China Girl on a bottle of
That was brilliant.
rum.
It was like being down the pub with all your mates. It was great.
That's kind of the vibe
Hey,
I was going.
sorry,
Yeah.
guys. Who left?
Clobby had to go because he
Clobby.
had to check it on his parents.
Oh, okay. Who had to leave?
Clobby.
Oh, Clubby left.
Mike.
Okay, I was getting a drink real fast. Sorry, guys.
That's alright.
Dude.
Oh, ay.
Well, we're
Have
coming
you
up to
seen
the
how-
3:30.
How
Yeah.
Greta Thunberg tried to bash Trump and know that he is no longer the president. It was like, well, you should have said that like a lot time ago, maybe in his face, something, and no, she is depicted as some kind of cowardly child, which is right, but
She's a non-entity. Like she is so clearly being weaponized and used.
oh yeah.
I mean, it's not
Oh,
the
yeah,
first time
she
they've
is.
had child prophets, before saying, the end of the world was coming. This happened in the 80s. It happened in the 70s. It's happened throughout the bloody medieval period.
She is no golden child, though.
No.
Yeah,
Well, no.
no, she isn't. It's like certain
She's a useful
letters
idiot.
that have 3 letters in their name, and they're a congressman person, woman.
Yeah.
Starts with an A.
Yeah, I get you.
No, it's just another useful idiot. So many. It's just a politicalization of children to use for political messages. To subdue any form of criticism. This is what they're famous for. Using minority groups or using children, whatever, to as a shield to criticism for bad ideas. Because if you say anything critical, you're saying something bad about that child or against that minority, and it's like, no.
You know what's
Protect the
awesome now?
idea of the person.
She's 18, so I can say it clearly. She needs a dick.
Boom, right there. Oh, wait, waste no time. Waste no time.
I know, right?
The day she got to that age, she must knew because every single social network started to shield her as fuck. She knew she was getting dick pics, she was getting a lot of shit. That day was the apocalypse for her social media. She earned so much hate, so much ill will that day every single person that wanted her, I won't say mad, maybe crazy. I am sure someone is like, have you seen C-Lab when they try to make Murphy insane, so they make the orphans pee his bed?
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so he wakes up every morning thinking he peed his bed and tried to hide the
sheets.
Actually, I did that to somebody when I was in
no.
They pissed me off. I was in a group home when I was younger, and they took my stuffed animal that my parents gave me, and so one morning I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna get this dude back," and I I wetted his sheets, but on top of that, I grabbed a warm glass of water, put his hand in it, and let it sit.
Yeah. But
So
right
he
now,
got double duty.
Oh, gosh.
right now, she is in this moment when she has gone fully mad. And now everyone knows her little secret about hiding the sheets. And it's like, okay, no, you need to calm down. You are an adult now. Everything you say will be taken to court. Things are no longer that innocent. You need to know, at least if you want to keep spouting hate wherever you go, that there's consequences now, honey.
How dare you?
I know. Consequences. Oh my god, I'm shocked. It's a word that people don't know.
And social media knew that because they shielded her on a level I haven't seen in
It's going to
even
be an eye
presidents.
opener. Yeah. Yeah, she's going to have a rude awakening now. You know, that's it.
Yes. And her parents set her for that life.
Yeah, they did. Absolutely. They twisted her into that. That didn't happen by accident.
No.
That didn't happen by chance. They were very quick to monetize her.
Someone went and said, "Oh, what a lovely girl. Will you want some few $1 million to get her speaking?" And their parents went, "Oh yeah, give us money. You can have her." Oh, wait, what?
Well, I will say this. A certain mouse has done that for decades with girls. It started with the Mickey Mouse Club in the 50s.
It is that kind of thing. I mean, it's so manipulative. I mean, come on. Really? You're going to use your autistic teenage daughter to bash people over the head with and put her out there and, you know, destroy her education for this life where she's going around becoming a divisive figure that's going to be pilloried for eternity. You know, she might be lauded by some, but even so, being made famous at that age for spouting something that will eventually be proven to be false. It's going to ruin her life eventually, and they don't care. What kind of parent?
When reality comes crashing down and she actually sees for what people have done to her, it'll be too late. You know?
Which will happen about her theories, since that's the age where most female celebrities
when we start living in the next ice age, she's going about how we're all going to suffer under global warming. It's like, yeah, all the food has been destroyed because the frozen wastelands have stopped anything from growing.
Okay, my first career was biology. I studied biology on the Central University of my country. And on the ecology class, our teacher was pretty clear. This planet will change its climate no matter what we do. If we do nothing, it will change.
We produce one in, I can't remember what it is, 1 part in 4 million or something like that parts per cubic
square inch
of CO2, which is 10 times less than termites. So what are you going to do? Ban ants?
No. Well, here's the thing: the Earth has gone through several periods where it's gotten hot, gotten cold, gotten hot, gotten cold. Yeah, gotten hot, gotten cold. And they're like, it's global warming.
Remember in the 90s, like the fucking world was going to end because the ozone layer hole was massive,
and
then it went quiet. It went quiet because it healed itself, and it will open again, and it will heal itself, and it will open again, and it will heal itself. That's what it does. Everything on Earth, everything in nature, everything in the universe is cyclical, right? So what happens once will happen again. When we get this like crazy concept in our head that the Earth has its cycles. The North and South Pole, they grow in ice at the top and then shrinks at the bottom, and then the reverse happens over a period of time. So it's like the lungs of the Earth, and that the Sun has an 11-year cycle, and it has a longer cycle as well. It's going through what is similar to a Maunder minimum, where it's gone deadly quiet. It's like fallen.
Yeah.
It's like gone into
Well,
hibernation.
everybody's freaking out that the Antarctic is losing ice, and I was like, you do
It's
know
not.
what one?
It was
know,
green.
It had record ice growth in
Yeah, I know. It
2015
was
or something.
green at one point, and then it grew ice again. Just
Yeah.
like where I live, there was water at one point, and the water receded, and all this other crap. You
So-
know?
You've done the experiment, right? You get a glass of water and you put ice in it, and you fill the water right up to the brim, and then the ice melts. What happens?
Condensation.
No, nothing. Like you have ice cubes, and you fill it with water right to the brim, and then the ice cubes melt. Where does the water go? It doesn't. Does it flow over the cup?
stays
No,
in
it
the
doesn't.
same
It stays the
place,
same.
just
Humidity
stays.
around will create condensation, and if the system were to happen on a bigger scale, well, instead of a dry age, we will have a flooding age. And
There won't be
so,
a flood. Like the water levels have risen steadily, like 12 centimeters every
it has.
year. I think throughout recorded history, it hasn't rapidly grown. It hasn't gone down.
The markings
just
show
creeps.
that the last 10,000 years, the sea levels have been quite
Consistent.
stable, let's
Yeah.
say. And our current situation is not so much different. And there's an impact. I won't say there's no impact.
If
on
all
what
the icebergs, if all the icebergs in the world melted, and all the sea ice melted, the sea level won't rise anymore, because that is already factored in. Now, if the land water were to melt, the ground would absorb most of that. But if you're thinking about that level of ice in that amount of ocean, now the oceans are vast, right? Fucking vast. It's like over 75% of the Earth's surface is water.
Yeah, I think
that's not going to make that much difference. It isn't. Right?
Yeah, let's say the amount
and
of water
be, absorbed into the atmosphere. And don't forget that the atmosphere, water vapor, is the biggest. It's like 90-odd percent, 99% of the greenhouse gas is water vapor. So CO2 is fuck all to do. It's like minuscule.
It is minuscule. But let's say we really impact how this is developing. That means we have actually the power to impact how the climate change on this planet. So if there was to be some, let's say, new ice age, we actually could do something about it. We now there's some gases we can release to increment
more
temperatures.
CO2. Release more CO2, and then you'll get rid of it. Because there's more greening. Like even parts of the Sahara have gone green because of this extra release of CO2. Now the CO2 levels we have today is nothing compared to the age where we had giant fauna and flora.
Yeah, that was the CO2 levels back then.
Yeah, was
huge.
And everything was green, right? Everything was green. So it's absolutely redundant to say this is like. I think people have confused carbon dioxide with carbon monoxide. I think that is something we need to be aware of. Carbon monoxide, and also the releasing of not carbon necessarily, but of methane. Those are the things you want to be careful of. CO2 is great. It's great for plants. It's great for everyone. You know, the more CO2, the better. Like really.
I have closets where I grow plants. Sometimes I need to actually increase the CO2 levels.
What you need as well, you need some ultraviolet light. If you have ultraviolet light on them, they will grow better, because
sadly for the monetary issues, that's quite impossible.
Just get a
Here,
black light. Get a black light. That was
yeah,
it.
here one black light will cost for plants will cost you around $600, while
Good
one
lord.
LED
Wow.
one LED
We should
50
get a
watts
friend from
cost me
from the States just to buy
Yeah, you
one
should
and
get
send it to
somebody
you.
from the States to
Oh
send you
no,
one.
Yeah. I don't know what the postage will cost you, but surely it will be
a
cheaper.
lot. It
600
needs
for
to
a
come.
black light?
Yep.
Wow.
Crazy,
Lord.
man. Fucking hell.
I have been trying to use black lights for my growing house for a long time, but
Wow.
you know, earlier I used those greenhouses for or green closets for weed. Now that weed is almost legal, not completely legal on my country, but is quite legal, and I need it for medical purposes, by the way. But if you come to my house, you can use it for recreational problems. I don't care. The point is that now I can take it to the garden. So what do I do with this? Do I waste all my work on getting every circuitry okay, getting the fans, or do I do something? No, I grow mint, I grow thyme, I grow herbs, literal herbs. And the whole sensation on the room is different. Is how do I say it? The smell and the feeling is nicer now that I have so many plants. And one friend comes here and says, "You know what? You should do that outside because the greenhouse effect on the ozone layer." And
Uh-huh.
I was like, "Dude, calm down, calm down. My room is better, and if I take 3 plants outside, it won't change a shit. Everything will be exactly the same. If you want to do some real change on all this issue with plants, you need to seed trees, and I mean literal trees, to grow 100 years. That's the period of time where they will be more receptive toward carbon on the atmosphere, and
Mm-hmm.
you will have actually a lot of impact if you do that on, let's say, the Sahara Desert or
Well,
China.
they said Egypt at one time was lush green and everything.
Yeah, but you
So,
need a lot of terrain. You need to cover a lot of terrain
yeah.
with trees. It's not a few trees here, a few trees there. It needs to be a dramatical increase on the amount of carbon consumption on our atmosphere, and that's something that you need to actually take account of when you do all this. Let's make our cities green. Okay, how? How exactly? If we set one cacti in every single home, will that solve the problem? If we set one cannabis plant on every single home, will that solve the problem? Probably not.
Yeah.
What do we need to do to actually, if we are trying to fix this mysterious climate change that is occurring mostly naturally, how do we do to fix that? Okay, no, we are going somewhere. But if you want us to stop using cars, stop using factories, stop using everything, everyone goes without an employment, everyone on China stops working on technology,
Yeah.
everything stops. What will you do with every one of those people?
Did
Because
you hear the weird thing that California wants to do within 2 to 3 years? They want you to stop using, what was it? Somebody, I read this. They want to stop using gas or
if they
like
are paying
cars.
for the new cars, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. That's what I said. I was like, are they going to pay for everybody's new cars?
How much is the cheapest Tesla? 30,000?
Oh, yeah, it's 2, 3,000.
So, how much will California have to spend to renew
I
the
I
whole?
I really don't think this is gonna happen. And the guy that so-called mayor of California, I think once he's gone, that ain't gonna go because they're basically gonna cripple their whole state. And I've been wondering about this is the reason why one of our I don't know if you know Gary Geek Neurotic.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
um he he used to live in San Francisco, and San Francisco is just literally the worst place in California right
yeah.
now. His wife lost their hairdressing stuff. They were teaching his kids some weird crap. He had gunshots and all these things outside his thing. We would hear him when he was doing streams and stuff. And
Yeah,
he said,
yeah, I do remember.
yeah,
Um,
he
almost
he, he said
every
he
single
had to get that out of there. Yeah,
almost every single time he's live, I will be there. But
yeah.
I for a long time I didn't interact in any chat, and I mean any chat.
I was the same way. And I will say this, Pablo, you're awesome. Follow me on
Thank you very
Twitter and
much.
everything else because I want to talk to you more. Okay, and
Yeah, sure.
I'd like for you to come back on a stream because you're awesome.
Thank you very much.
I yeah. I I started a Knowles channel, and I actually my start was on Knowles channel, but I used to like go around from Tom's to Az's to everybody's channel, but I didn't say anything. I didn't say that. Then I started in, and then a little bit sometimes some in Tom's, but the place where I finally opened up at was in Knowles channel, and I started doing thing and then talking in there a lot. So I understand that. So
For instance, we had a little bit of trolling on the chat, okay?
yeah,
But there's a lot of times where you will see the most despicable things. And I cannot say exactly everything I did, but
yeah,
I did work in a satellite company from Google that does the content review for a period of time.
yeah. And
That's
I heard this is from what I've read that people that have to do the content review at
so
Google have
horrible.
PTSD from everything they've seen.
I actually suffer from PTSD, but it's about a lot of other things, not only that. But I had to see a lot of extremely disgusting
Yeah,
stuff. It was horrible to be there.
Mm.
And when I get out of all that stuff, I started just chilling out.
yeah.
I used to go to a lot of big channels like IGN. I
No,
heard Gary speaking a lot about Charlie from Emergency Awesome. I was
I
there for,
yeah. I
yeah,
like Charlie. Charlie's not right all the time. I don't agree with everything he says, but nobody ever agreed. But I do like Charlie's channel,
Mm.
he
because he
became
does,
kind of boring, to be
yeah,
honest, when the whole Star Wars debacle happened, because he was still trying to protect Disney, and I was like,
He is a
man,
bit of
this
a shill,
yeah.
bless him.
this is so,
There were so many shills out there that were trying to
yeah.
protect Disney. It was funny.
And then
Yeah,
one day I found this channel. Uh, let's see. First, it was Ethan Van Sciver.
Mm.
He was
Ethan is a
speaking
good
about,
dude.
yeah, he was speaking
He's fun.
about Star Wars. Then I found at the same time um, full fat videos,
Mhm.
no bullshit, and world class bullshitters.
Yeah, those guys are awesome too.
Yeah. And through that, I ended up on Nerdrotic. Nerdrotic to me had the best uh, harmony on the chat, the way he conducted everything, it was good enough to interact without feeling that you will mess up and be attacked.
Yeah, well, like, and I will say this: nobody, like, you can pretty much say, and I will say this because I was the same thing Gary has and everybody else and also, you can say pretty much what you want on my channel, whatever, but just know if you're gonna say something that you know you shouldn't, you're gonna probably get in trouble.
Yeah,
Like, yeah, there's freedom of speech, but there's, you know what I'm saying?
totally.
There's a line. You know what I'm saying?
So
It's
yeah,
good that everybody has freedom of speech, but if you say something about somebody's wife or some stuff like that, then
exactly.
you gone too far. You know?
You should always try and be considerate when putting an
Yeah.
argument across.
Yeah. I
Simple as
just I think it's good that nobody like it. I always say this. There was a Twilight Zone episode. I don't know, Pablo, if you ever seen it, but there's a Twilight Zone episode back in was 50s, 60s. I don't know.
I saw
War-
them when I was 6 years old, so
Okay, I'm talking about the old school ones, not the remade ones.
oh no, I'm also talking about the old
Okay,
school one.
there was an
The
episode.
black and white
There was
ones,
an
right?
episode of the Twilight Zone when they turned 18. They would have to become like everybody else, and there was only 2 bodies you could pick from. So, and then it was just, it's, the world would be boring as hell if everybody agreed with one another and was just the same, because there would be no variety. It's kind of like the Time Machine when he goes into the Morlocks and you see they lost the um uh, like Nina and her, the people, what are their names? No, I mean,
Eloy.
the Eloy, yeah,
Eloy.
the Eloy are born, they're spineless, and they just don't care no more. Not until the end of the movie where they grow a spine and start doing stuff. You
We
know,
are kind of reaching that point.
yeah, we are.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
are Eloys. I mean, that's exactly what we're experiencing right now.
I've often said that. I was like, it's
Narcissists.
people.
You know.
Yeah, it's like there's people of us that remember how things used to be, like
Yeah,
he was,
yeah,
and then
yeah.
there's the Eloy. We're like, well, no, you gotta define to do this. And I was, no, you don't.
No.
Be your own person. Have your own, you know,
Yeah, it's kind
issues.
of contradictory. This
know?
let's be individual by conforming to a specific set of existence. You
Well,
need to
a former friend of mine actually showed me a tweet that someone had sent to them, who was a communist, and said, "The cult of the individual is over." I mean, let that sink in for a second, right?
Good Lord.
Someone actually said that the cult
Then
of the
there should
individual. How can you have an
be-
individual cult? I'm sorry, a cult made of
let's
one
say
person.
the individual is over. Okay, that means you have no rights, no boundaries. Okay, then rape no longer is an issue, right? Because it's a Wonder Woman times
Oh
100?
yeah, let's
like,
not
yeah,
forget
you
what
take-
happened in Wonder Woman '84.
Wonder-
Huh?
Cosby.
Let's forget Wonder Woman 1984.
Wonder Cosby. But yeah, is that you get me? Is that situation where what else can you do if
Yeah.
everybody wants to be exactly the same
Mm.
and everyone wants to think exactly the same? What
Yeah, otherwise
else will
you're
you
morally
do?
evil.
Yeah.
Right
Wait,
now-
you use logic in psychology and science? You're an evil person.
You're a
shall be
bigot.
persecuted.
God.
It's
Yeah,
depressing.
sadly, scientists are now the most
Yeah.
evil things you can get. Are wizards, and wizards
Yeah.
are evil.
Yeah, but unfortunately, science is also it has also been infiltrated by these crazy people.
Yeah, it has.
That's
Yeah.
the problem. Now, science. I mean, I would argue that it's been that way for a long time because I think the current
Academy
cosmology,
has
for
always
example,
been-
is ludicrous. It doesn't work. How can it work? I mean, there's been a crisis in physics for years, but now in biology, you're getting all these
Oh, we
pronoun
are
people
getting
taking over.
stagnated, and
Yeah, it is
that's
stagnation.
terrible. Before this whole
Subjectivity in science has no place. I'm sorry, it doesn't.
it doesn't.
It's ridiculous. It is
And
ridiculous.
right now, let's say on physics, yep, we have a lot of people trying to renounce to Newton, to Einstein, to the principal concepts they have to do physics, because they think that it was made by a white guy and a white guy was evil, so physics are
Yeah.
evil. Like,
Science is racist now.
yes,
Yeah. I still say when in 2015 when that Hadron Collider came on, we got hit into another alternate reality. Just saying.
Does make you think.
I'll say what Gary said yesterday, and he said this on the bagging board with Az about the comics. They need to turn that cinema thing on and like reboot it so we can get back over to where we're supposed to be.
it's crazy, man.
I have to say though that Hadron Collider is a big white elephant.
Yeah.
And I'll explain why I think it's the case. I think particle physics is a no-go. I think they're creating new particles to try and create new physics, but they can't identify these things. What they're doing, they use mathematical statistics to work out what cannot be observed, because they say that if you observe something, then you impact upon the experiment, right? So they use what's called weak measurement, where they measure the distance in time between where a particle is and where it ends up, so they work out how it got there, all this kind of stuff.
Can I go full science for just a second?
Go ahead.
Yeah, by all
Okay.
means.
So every single quantum particle is actually basically the same particle in different states and different points, and the universe is this particle and its movements. So
I said this once. I actually had this discussion.
Yeah,
I said, what if the universe is like a giant Etch-a-Sketch, right? The
Exactly.
thing with,
It's
and it's
a
just one particle being everywhere all at once.
It's a
Yeah.
single
Explains the
one
oneness
particle
principle.
with infinite instances. And reality is how we perceive these instances happening on this strange continuum we have that is time.
I
But-
tend to think of it. I tend to think of the universe in a much more, I can explain it, less fancy way. I think the key to physics is simplicity. If it isn't simple, it isn't physics. That's how I see it. I think things like particle physics convolutes the entire process. I think if you can't scale it up from the quantum to the macro, then you've got a problem. I think that trying to create new particles like the Higgs boson, all these
no,
things.
The Higgs boson, you can find it everywhere.
Actually, you can find that everywhere.
These particles exist in a fraction of a nanosecond, right? They're not stable enough to be something that I would consider the building blocks of the universe. I think that a lot of this is statistic reality gamble. That's why I call particle physics, quantum physics, I call them unicorn economics, because it's not scientific. To me, it's a reality gamble.
But they used to be scientific, and this is how everything changed. You had the Kaku equation, right? This basically ends the whole Einstein relativity theory, the special relativity, because it tries to actually find the position of everything. And what it gets is a bunch of zeros.
But
you get
this quantum physics, quantum mechanics it doesn't fit with Einstein's relativity, and Einstein's relativity it isn't even Einstein's relativity. All he did was change the force of gravity Newton's gravity. Said it wasn't a force; it was a curvature of space-time. So he's trying to create. He fudged the mathematics. He actually used Newton's constant of G, big G, in his equations. So he's actually using Newtonian physics in his equations to fudge the numbers. So how can you use something you've said doesn't exist and put it in your equations? It seems to me a complete nonsense. For me,
the mathematics
isn't science.
Got a bit of a change when Kaku did his equation. Why? Because now we know there's a lot of states that are equal to 0. Okay, what do we do now? Let's see how much zeros we can get. And that's what they are trying to do right now.
That's how they come up with black holes and things like that.
Yeah, but
zero,
what he's trying to say, they're trying to zero us out right now. Like literally, that's what they're trying to do.
If their theory is right, then if there's this single particle that is growing on an exponential rate, it's changing positions on an exponential rate, and that's why you have quantum locks on different time and space continuums, and well, that's a lot of other things. But they are trying to get the exact proportions, energy, and everything from a single particle that is everywhere and nowhere. Why can't they understand the issue there?
Yeah, but to me that that doesn't sound like physics. That sounds to me like mysticism.
A lot of physics right now is almost mysticism. It's mathematical mysticism.
But that's the problem with mathematics, right? See, they're so focused on making mathematics what they call elegant mathematics, where everything has to have a sort of symmetry to it. It has to look beautiful. I think this is a human failing in physics, in science. I think because people have this need for creating something that is aesthetic rather than meaningful. And I think you project meaning on aesthetics when there's nothing there. It's like black hole theory and all of these other unfalsifiable things, right? They okay, you have observation, but then you leap from an observation into a theory without actually having a starting point. You don't start with a theory. You start with an observation, and then
in real science, you wouldn't even have a theory. You will have a theorem.
A theory is the last thing that you should end up with. Right?
The theory is when you have enough confirmation to hold this as a constant. A theory is a constant. It's only that. If it happens every single time you try this and the result is the same, then you have a theory.
That's the reason why and I'm bringing up Dr. Who right here. That's the reason why the doctor said there's certain places and times that are constants. Think about it.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, he's saying that these are locked events, but the physics that I adhere to makes time travel impossible. So I have to really leap from, because I used to believe in all the black holes and all the expanding universe and all this Big Bang nonsense, which I don't adhere to anymore. I've now, through my own investigations, and I mean, as an armchair interest, I tend to latch on to something that seems logical, elegant in simplistic, not elegant in terms of mathematically elegant, which I think is a falsehood, but something that is simple, that it sounds like physics, like cause effect, right? So, and something that's scalable. So the electric universe theory, to me, works. It seems logical. You can take it to a laboratory. You can scale up experiments. You can show how certain things from biology through to geology through to all the other fields works in complete cohesion with this singular theory, and it works, and it meets the observational things. It
works until you need to create a microprocessor. And this is why quantum physics have actually worked for a lot of things.
Yeah, but we've been told that we're going to get these quantum computers.
Oh,
I don't think it will work.
I don't mean quantum computers, which I have seen the results of one. And again, I cannot say everything. God damn. Never signed an NDA. That's all I will say. Yeah. So there's actually this huge quantum computer on Google. They have one. They have one, and they have been working on it since 2012. And right now, it can actually reply to you as it was having a natural conversation with you. It's incredible level. It's still a bunch of ifs on the programming. So if you say this and you have these environmental things, and you will get the intelligence will get what you are feeling and what you are doing, and will reply in kind, but is not something
Yeah, I
organic.
remain very cynical about that until I see absolute
But
evidence of that.
this is the real issue. It has a lot of failures on the results. Why? Because we currently don't know how to exactly manipulate the information we are getting. We are only chaining a lot of electrical events on a quantum level. But these events still can trigger some random other events, and you will get.
Can it generate random numbers?
Yeah, exactly. You will get noise. They treat it as noise. Okay, this noise is currently making the quantum processing fully unusable. You will not be able to use it to the task we are using our computers
Well,
right
this
now.
this is the problem. This is why I said that quantum mechanics is gaming statistics. It is a statistical gaming machine. They throw out 99% of data as noise and then reduce it to what they find interesting, inverted commas. They've actually said
Then
this.
there's actually an application for quantum physics on the computers or cell phones or whatever you are using right now. And it is on the way you do the processors. You actually paint the processors. You make these layers of silicon and graphene. Then you have you ever seen how you get the drawings on your shirts, the printing on your shirts done? That is this mesh where you put the ink, you pass this rubber thing, and the paint will only go through the pores that it's supposed to go, so you will get the perfect painting done. That's called lithography. I don't know if you have ever seen that on yeah. So basically you do that with the processor. Then you have UV light over the paint you just apply, and that will remove the silicon from the part that is painted, so it will etch, and you will have this complex maze that is a processor done in one single thing. Then you submerge it on copper. It will actually pull the copper inside, and that's the part where quantum physics actually work. You will make unstable quantically the processor block, so it will draw electrical charges toward the cavities, and the copper will get inside.
Well, there you are. You said electrical. You know, it.
Yeah.
I think a lot of these things are subtle shorthand for
Yeah, but
the
you are
electrical
talking
process.
about one single atom. And this you do this when the full processor is completely assembled and the wafer is completely ready. So there's no way for the copper to actually get inside. But if you make some small adjustment on the quantic level, you will actually phase the atom, but only one atom at the time. So you will have this incredible mesh of single atoms connecting to one each other and gates made out of silicon that are less than a nanometer.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that, you know, we can't manipulate atoms and things. And
But we don't
I think
know exactly what we are doing right now. That's the problem.
That's the thing. I think someone best described quantum mechanics as a cookbook with all the instructions, but no ingredients, right? No understanding what the ingredients are. And I think I think that's what they were saying. But it's something like that. But what it is it's not a coherent what's the word? Holistic approach to science. You know, it's very spotted. I think a lot of people see things occurring and they label it as a new particle or whatever. Like we hear of things like antiparticles and such, which literally are just the same particle but with a reverse spin, right? So it's not it's not an antiparticle at all. It's just a particle with a different charge going in a different direction. That's all it is. But you know, they create these things of quarks and, you know, weak this and, you know, strong that, and you know, and it's to me it just seems like they're trying to label every event as the product of a new particle. I don't think it is.
There's a reasoning for that, and the reasoning is actually economical. If you can label something, if you can label something, you can sell it.
Yes, and that's my point. It's a white elephant. It's an expensive white elephant. I don't think any major new discoveries have been created from it. I think it's a big. If you want to talk about a black hole, I think particle physics is it. I think if you can't look into the cosmos and scale the cosmos down to the quantum, you've got nothing. I think whatever you see in the night sky is what you'll see in the quantum realm. I think that it's a mistake to think that it's no different.
That he has been locked up from the stream on the chat.
Oh, shit. Yeah. How did that happen?
I don't know. Wasn't he the one that created it?
Yeah.
I can't get back after reset. Oh my goodness. And we can't close the stream. We can't. We need you to close. Go on.
It's going to carry on for infinity.
Yeah. Oh, no.
We are trapped. This is a quantum lock.
Oh, that's so bizarre. That's crazy.
Okay, so StreamYard is not science friendly.
No, it doesn't like that.
Definitely not.
Oh my god, they want us to shut up about the
I had a project when I was in high school and it never came to anything, so I can freely share it. It was an antimatter energy generator, and what you needed was actually to collapse gold, a small portion of gold on itself using electromagnetism. So it reverts the polarity of the atom and it becomes antimatter. But in that state, it will actually evacuate every single other particle on the environment. So it needs to be fully closed and it has some provisions. And the amount of energy will be at the beginning because this actually needs to run for a long period of time to upgrade the amount of energy that is generating in every cycle. But you will need a couple of decades just to be useful.
Have you heard of the Sapphire project?
Yes.
And you know what that is? They've created a stable plasma in a
yeah, they were actually trying to arc it inside of a magnetic field containment, so they will have a lightsaber.
Just a second. Can anybody hear me?
Yes,
yeah,
we
can hear you,
Okay,
dude.
okay.
What they were doing was they were testing the electrical model of the sun.
Yeah,
rather
I
than-
did see that. The
China is doing that
lightsaber.
right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
they've already what they've managed to achieve with this stable plasma. They managed to actually produce a cold, not a cold fusion, but a warm, what they call warm fusion, right? So they get more energy coming out than they put in, right? They put in a probe which is made of tungsten, I think, and they put it and it melted. And they looked and they analyzed it, and they found that it had been transmutated. Since then, they've released information saying that not only can it transmute elements, and they got like
they got the
X amount
key
of
function.
elements which came out, which are the same the elements found in the plasma from the sun, but they said as well they can remediate nuclear waste.
Basically,
actually put
they
nuclear waste in
got
there and
their
it will
hands
eat it.
on the basis of a replicator. If they can actually harness the amount of electrons and neutrons lost in the equation, they could theoretically. Sorry, my tongue got stuck. But well, you could get gold from lead. Why? Because to be honest, the only thing that is stopping us from that is that the separation on the atom of the neutrons needs a lot of energy, and it actually frees a lot of energy. That's nuclear fission. What we need is to stop that, and inside the sun you have so many electrical charges constantly going wild, constantly changing everything around them, that it
Well, then their
stabilizes.
model of the sun is that the sun is not a nuclear fusion bomb, right? It hasn't got a core of nuclear fusion going on. The nuclear fusion occurs on the external part of the sun, where it's hottest, like where it's millions of degrees. The surface of the sun is thousands of degrees, right?
Yeah,
So
the
the nuclear
plasma
fusion
is
is actually occurring
actually
the star is powered externally, so charge is going into the sun.
Yeah, it's a
And that's what he's
vacuum of energy. It actually is a lot of energy collapsing on itself to a
Yeah.
point that it generates a vacuum. And instead of just sucking everything, it arches gravitationally a lot of plasma, which will be fueling the reactions to
And
the
that's
core
how
of
we
the
get
star.
the solar winds and all that stuff
The
that
solar
comes
wind
at us.
isn't a wind; it's a current flow, and that current
Yeah.
flow is what is termed Birkeland currents, are named after the scientist Christian Birkeland, who studied this the aurora phenomenon in the turn of the century.
Oh yeah,
But
he has a he has a great analysis of how the light actually is dangerous to circuitry.
yeah. He understood that the currents from the sun and to and from the sun, but will come in like we are linked into a circuit, like every planet in the solar system and every other solar system, and all the galaxies are all connected by these what is called cosmic web, right? So all that cosmic web stuff and all the things that connect the Earth to the sun and all the planets to each other is a Birkeland current. So what happens is these winds, the solar winds, are actually the currents that come in to the North Pole and out through the North Pole. So they're in and out. So it's like a double sheet. And it draws in these charged particles through the electrical force
And
from
pull the plasma outside of the...
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I mean, it's fascinating stuff. I would urge people to look it up. I
And-
mean, a
and-
lot of people have gone to a lot of great strengths to try and debunk this theory, so much that you think, well, they must be onto something if they're getting all of this nonsense.
And going on with the sun theory, and there's another thing. I've always thought it's really weird that the moon is set approximately in like the best position it can be in. People have often there's been studies about that too. especially where the moon is set up, and especially when the Apollo missions landed on the moon and they heard this thung, that big huge thung they heard.
Yeah.
And they said they even said it
Oh.
rang for about an hour to 2 hours.
Yeah, I mean it makes sense. Look, I see planets as failed stars. The Earth, Mercury, all of it. All it is matter that was created at the same instant a star was. So maybe it, like bead lightning. So you've got like the main event of the star popping into existence, and then you've got in a sort of electrical lightning, like a huge discharge,
A plasma
and then you've
surge
got like
because
these beads on the string, which is where the current flows.
there
Are
is
the
this
planets.
huge amount of energy on the nuclei because it became so dense that particles are actually smashing together to go to the center. So this will generate the field to contain the plasma. If that doesn't happen, then the plasma just escapes.
I think that the center of every planet, or every living planet at least, is a small star. I think the core of the Earth is a plasma star. I think at the core of that star is obviously heavy metals.
But we are not dense enough yet, and that's the important part. Yet,
No, I think
to actually arc plasma
Well,
around
they
us.
have
Jupiter and Saturn would
tried
be
to
stars.
drill down.
They are stars.
They have tried to drill down, and
it's
they
so
said it
difficult.
melts their drills.
Yeah, because it's a star. It's a star.
Yeah.
As far as I can see it, it's a star. And the heat of Jupiter and Saturn. I mean, you look at the electric field of Jupiter. If we could see it, would be as big as our sun. Not as big as it would be as big as our sun in the sky because it's the same size as the moon in our sky. It would be that visible. That's how big that. Now, to produce that kind of electrical field, that kind of magnetosphere, you need a huge amount of electrical charge. Where's that going? It's going to the core of that planet. The core of that planet must be a star. I think planets like Jupiter and Saturn are basically miniature brown dwarf or red dwarf stars, but they've lost their charge because they're in direct orbit around the sun, which draws power from them. So every planet is kind of like almost like a battery, really. It's all in its electrical circuit.
I'm going to say goodnight, chaps.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh, I want to say this, Retro. Do you want to have anything you want to promote before you leave, brother?
Well, again, if anybody wants to talk to me, I'm on the TARDIS Zone Classic on the official Facebook page. So just drop me a note if you want to talk. I'm here. That's where I'm at. Good man. All right, people. It's been wonderful talking to you. Hail to the chat.
On a riff.
No, I have a little bit of an electric.
Yeah, he's got to take care of some stuff. So.
Yeah. All right then, everybody. Good night, everybody, and I'll see you all around. It's been wonderful speaking to you all. Fantastic.
See you soon.
All right,
bye,
bye.
Talk to you
I
in a
will
bit.
be jumping off too. I don't know if it's.
Yeah, it's been going on for 4.5 hours now.
Yeah.
Pablo, I want to say, is there anything that you want to promote, or do you want to anything?
Yeah, sure. My channel is Geek Tropology. I speak about a lot of stupid shit when I'm high. Star Wars when I'm also high.
Okay.
But yeah, come to my channel if you thought I speak some sense, or if you think I'm too crazy to let pass my weird rants. So you're welcome to my channel anytime.
Already subscribed, mate. So
yeah,
thank you very much.
I think I'm like subscribed. Lee, can you put his link in there?
I'll
channel?
dig it up. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, let's see what we can do
if you
next.
haven't added me on Twitter or anything, Pablo, add me on there and Facebook and stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna be able to get it.
On Twitter.
Yeah, I'm on Twitter under the same name.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, subscribe to. Where is it? It hasn't popped up yet. Just a second.
There you go, Geek Tropology.
Thank
Yeah,
you
I'm
very
waiting
much.
for it to catch up here.
I'm trying to search your name out. Nope.
I know I got a weird name on there.
Can
so-
you send the link on the private chat? Yeah, that's easier. Way
But
easier. For your Twitter, so I can follow you.
oh yeah. No, do you have? Sorry, I'm so used to no, like, because I am. I'm so used.
Yeah, because me and Noel sound just alike, right? I am not my own person.
Oh, I didn't mean it like that.
I'm joking.
Can you put my Twitter in there for him so he
Or
can?
I will put mine and you can follow me and I'll follow you back.
Okay, brother. No
That's
problem.
easier.
I've already
Yeah.
followed you there, Geek Tropology. Oh, there
Thank
you
you very much. Yeah, I know I am weird and a lot of things. The other day I got really high and I started to break the NDA, but I didn't say anything too bad. It was bad
It's
though.
always tempting, isn't it?
I spoke a bit about Google Jigsaw and what it is capable, and your government actually are the clients. It's big
It's Alphabet you
corporations
need to be
and
worried
countries
about.
only.
Yeah.
Alphabet
There's a
is,
ton of
is
stuff, dude.
dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a ton of stuff that Mama Susan ain't gonna like us talking about, so we need to.
Yeah, that's why I'm not
Yeah.
saying
Yeah,
anything
that-
else. But on Twitter, there's a bit of that, and one day I hope everything. If Google goes belly under or something, I will make a book about every single piece of shit is happening right now because
Ugh.
the moment they bought Boston
Yeah.
Dynamics, everything was lost. That's all I say.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, they
So-
wanted to be the mind of God, didn't they? That was their intention. You know,
That's the intention of the quantum computer.
Mhm.
And it must be resisted, I think, because
Yes, it needs to be.
that kind of power is it takes the mystery out of life anyway, right?
Yeah.
And who's to say garbage in, garbage out? I mean, what an ultimate control grid that would be, you know.
So-
that will be
I'm already following you on Twitter, Paul, bro.
great.
Yeah. I just looked.
Then why
So-
did you didn't appear on the search?
I don't
Anyway,
know.
it's Twitter.
Yeah. And I'm
This is-
also on Facebook too. So
I destroyed my Facebook
Oh.
and my current setup is actually blocking every single tracker from Facebook. They are
Okay.
doing something way more sinister.
Yeah, no doubt.
yeah, I was thinking about getting up there too. So
Why can't we speak about the most interesting thing that is
yeah,
happening
we
right
can't
now?
say anything because Mama Susan's gonna come in that hand and child, you were not supposed to say that. You know.
You
So-
say no.
Yeah. So I feel like Gundam right now. Seriously.
Yeah.
Do you watch Gundam? It's a Gundam.
Oh, he's so
Yeah.
funny, man.
Yeah, I understand what Gundam says now, like literally.
Yeah. The other day I was doing a stream on how to build your own Pi-hole to block trackers. I got destroyed. First of all,
Yeah.
I had only one viewer all the freaking stream. Stream. It was not me. So I don't know who it was. It didn't interact the moment I started to say things that I shouldn't. The stream got laggy and then it was
Nothing to see here.
Gee,
Yeah.
that sounds like what happened to
And
Gary
I have
last week.
60. I have 60 subscribers. What do they care?
Well, that's it. That's micromanagement 101.
Yeah.
No, the AI is actually the one that is getting track of that, and I do believe that view was or a probe account or directly the main AI, you won't have a stream with 0 viewers anymore. You will always be watched,
Yeah.
and
Oh,
that's
yeah.
worse. I
Yeah.
prefer to be alone.
Yeah, that's a lot worse.
Yeah,
Like,
that's not ominous
Like
at all.
when
is
you're
it?
on Twitch and you're like, hey, you got 2 people watching you. No. Here's a funny thing, and I know I can't get in trouble for this. Okay. I'm gonna let something out a little bit here, and I know I can't get in trouble because, you know. You be streaming on Twitch and it'll say, hey, you have 2 viewers. You go into the viewer count and there's like 10 people watching you, but it says you only have 2 viewers. And you go and look up these viewers and they're bots and other things too. So
Yeah, they have artificial intelligence working extra time now. So
yeah, so and
this
you're
is
like,
going to be fun.
2 viewers,
Sorry
huh?
if I offended
I got 2 viewers, but how come it says I have 10 in there and it only says 2 viewers, huh?
And some of them are tracking ID. La, 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 la. Yeah, I have seen a lot of bots.
Yeah, just don't.
Kind.
Yeah. I already know what you're talking
To
about.
my mechanical overlords, sorry if I ever
Just say, I'm
say
sorry, Mama
anything.
Susan, and kiss her hand. Okay.
Yeah,
Just say,
anything
sorry,
to
Mama
offend
Susan.
Balance scrape.
Skynet,
Come here.
I love you. I will suck your dick.
We love you, Mama Susan.
What are
God,
we
I feel like
living in?
Gundam
Oh.
right now. He did that exact same thing the other
How
day.
does small channels have to take care of the same thing that channels with millions of people?
Yeah.
Okay, if you want to see me, I will do a naked stream. Right, bots? What do you care?
Good lord.
It's not like my fleshy body will offend my mechanical overlord, so OnlyFans seems like a good place to be right now.
Oh, do you remember when the only thing we were kind of scared of? Oh, yeah, my Xbox watches me.
No,
Yeah,
you know
you
your
got a
fucking
cell phone at
toaster
that time.
watches you know?
Yeah.
You know, your TV, even though it is off,
Yeah.
it's
Oh, yeah,
constantly
yeah,
transmitting this
yeah.
low frequency that actually says where it is, and the first couple of intervals say exactly what model it is, what it is. Your phone will pick that up. Will actually pick up the timestamp from the TV and will do a time correlation to know the exact distance. The sound
Yeah.
that the TV will emit then will map your house. Will
So
map
the
you.
older the TV, the better. So
And yeah, and they've got microphones in them, don't they? Like
Yeah,
someone actually
and your
removed one.
current headphones have multi-directional, multiple microphones.
oh, I use old headphones. So
Yeah, you should.
yeah.
Don't use any headphone with USB.
Oh, don't use those ones that you just stick in your ears and they're like, you know.
Oh yeah, the ones that have
wired.
active noise cancellation are actually
Yeah.
translating everything you say to
Don't
Chinese
screw
all the
with
time.
those things, brother.
Fun stuff. Why?
Well,
I
this
don't
is cheering me up no end. So with that, shall we wind up?
Sometimes I think I will be happier if I didn't. Yep.
No.
This is why I
So
want
we've
time travel
talked
to be
about
real, so I
Doctor
can
Who.
Go back to the 80s. You know.
We talked about Doctor Who. We talked about trolls. We talked about physics, space, other shit, dude. We talked about it all in this one.
And all this in honor of Tom Baker. So happy 87th birthday, Tom.
Yeah.
Happy
Love
birthday,
you, Tom. We wish you many more. We want you to be around a lot more.
Yeah.
We want to see a space like the Doctor did.
Yeah.
Maybe even in a small closet flying around. Even though some people right now are so deep in the closet that they are citizens of Narnia, but
oh my god, that is true. That is true.
Brilliant.
That is true. Well, I'd
Okay.
like to say, everybody, thank you that's still in chat, because I see we have like 5 people still in chat. I don't know if it's Chris.
It's probably
We've
me.
had a
I'm-
constant. We've had a Oh yeah, it is Chris. We've had a constant. At one point, we had 15, and it's been a constant like 8 to 6 for the last 2
Declines as
hours.
I came. Right.
Yeah,
That's normal.
yeah. The minute it got weird, like when they do the exozone.
No, it is because Gary is doing right now the anniversary stream. So
Oh shit! I forgot
everybody's
about
there.
that. Okay,
All right,
everybody,
need to go
we
there.
gotta go so we
See
can
you
go
soon,
over there. Okay.
Bye,
I picked a hell of a
everyone.
day.
Yeah.
Yeah,
was
Pablo,
perfect.
I followed you so I can see all your tweets and stuff too.
Great,
so.
man.
Okay. I'll send you a message on there, okay?
Please do.
Too.
And well, gentlemen, see you next time. And hope my accent wasn't weird
Oh
enough.
no,
to...
no.
No, don't be daft.
Oh, Pedro, do you have mines or any of that?
Pedro?
Yeah.
Pablo.
I said Pablo, sorry.
Don't
Hi, Lord,
worry.
we're
I...
ending. We're
And you called
ending. You
Cloppy
missed it.
Marcos.
Marco Polo. No. Do you have mines or any of the other stuff?
Yes, I do under the same name.
Okay.
So please.
Yeah, I'll get you on Twitter and talk to you on there. You got your things open so I can talk to you, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't worry, it's not like any governmental agencies tracking me.
I mean, there's like no agencies like to watch us, even though they watched us since we were born. Oh, I'm sorry, Mama Susan, I didn't mean to. We love you. Okay. Bye, everybody.
You guys. Good luck.